All right, here we are. Project Purple Sports for the NVL softball semifinals. Dino Varelli and Zach Gerstner here on the mic. Zach, we're gonna have to move that
Yeah,
back.
I just put that together.
And Zach, what a first semifinal here, starting at 5 p.m. We've got the number 2 seed Seymour versus the number 3 seed Woodland. We are at Seymour's home field. This is not by records or anything, but just purely NVL semifinals are here at Seymour High School. The championship will be played Wednesday at Naugatuck High School. So we're going to come back to you right before the start. But starting lineups are going to come out here along with the national. All right, Zach, we are back playing in the national anthem. We're ready here to go. So up for we've got our defensive lineup here for Seymour. A couple of notes. So this is actually the third time that these teams will be playing against each other this season. So kind of interesting, what they say about playing a team three times in a season, how that works out for you. But we'll see how Woodland can handle this. So interesting enough, though. Just a note here on the rivalry here. This is a rivalry game between Seymour and Woodland. They played twice this year. The latest was on 5-13. That score was 11-5 at Woodland, and then Seymour had them here at home on 4-17, and that score was 7-3. So line up here defensively: Kaylee Testone at catcher, Skylar Barton at pitcher, Mia Cunningham, Ava Chernak, Taylor Garano, Juliana Rauchi, infield, Sophia Hines, Maggie Sudamek, and Peyton McDaniel uh, run the outfield. So here we are, top of the first. Beautiful night here at Seymour. Our first semifinal match. Up first here for Woodland will be the catcher, Julia Raleigh, who is also All-State last year for Woodland, the reigning Class M champs 2 years in a row. Strike one.
Want to make a note about that is even though they were the reigning class state champs, they didn't win the NVL last year. As Oxford won it.
Correct, correct. Yeah, so Oxford is your reigning champion. They were eliminated by Seymour. Down the third base line,
Oh,
gets tagged out by the first baseman there for Seymour. So that's out number one. On the mound for Seymour is pitcher sensation Skylar Barton, who amassed over 200 strikeouts on 424 of this year, or excuse me, 427 this year. So up next for, excuse me, that was not an out. That was a foul ball. Hit hard to the shortstop. There's the out. So that was a foul ball. Apologize for that. So first out, Rowley hard to the shortstop.
I was gonna say I think she fooled everyone in the stadium with that because she ran it out, ended up getting hit by the first baseman. Can you just take it off?
So Woodland here, the number two hitter here, number six, Ella Van Elstein, who is the pitcher. Van Elstein also All-State last year, Class M, has already committed to D1 UMass Lowell. She recently set the Woodland record for career hits. Kylie Belinsky, who held that record at 137. Ella comes into the game with 143 career hits to lead Woodland. Zach takes that first two pitches are balls.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I think Barton knows. Barton knows a bit about Ella's hit streak and as the leading hitter for Woodland. So she's probably trying to pitch around her right now, get a sense of some sort of comfort, and just keep it away from her bat.
Ball three to Van Allenstein. Yeah, you're still a little crackly there.
Oh, still?
A little robotic. So apologize if we're having audio issues here on
Is it,
Zach.
is
Yeah,
it
it
still done?
sounds robotic a little bit. You sound like Mr. Roboto.
All right, thanks,
So
Dino.
Bartlett will wheel here. 3 balls, no strikes. Van Elstein takes that pitch. Strike one. So 3 balls, 1 strike to Van Alstyne. Barton reels. Again, hit to the shortstop for out number 2. Zach, we've done some Seymour games here over the last couple weeks, and one thing that we've seen that's been pretty consistent with Seymour is this interior defense. This infield's been very, very solid. Not many mistakes. Shortstop, second base, very strong. for Seymour. So let's see. So far, we've got two hard hit balls to our shortstop, Taylor Garano. Next up for Woodland, 2 outs, is third baseman Brianna Thurston. Yep. So we're going to work on some technical issues here with Zach on his headset, but second pitch to Thurston is a ball, one strike, 2 outs here at the top of the first for Seymour. Woodland trying to get something going here. The top of the first, Brianna Thurston, the third baseman, number 13, up to bat. Hard hit. Looks like that is fair down the right field line. She's going to be held at second. So 2 out, stand up double for Brianna Thurston here, top of the first. Next up is Caitlin Braun here for Woodland. Runner on second, 2 outs. Let's see if Woodland can make something happen here at the top of the first with 2 outs though. So Caitlin Braun here for Woodland is your right fielder and also your cleanup hitter. High fly ball over the first base side. So Caitlin Braun, only a sophomore here for Woodland. Barton up one strike on Braun. Take strike one, strike two. First pitch was a foul ball, so no balls, 2 strikes here for Braun. Seymour got a runner on second with 2 outs. Barton wheels through. Runner's going to go. Coming in home. Runner is tagged out. Wow. Great play by the center fielder there for Seymour. Gets the runner out. Center field. Maggie Sudamak with a great gun down. Woodland sent the runner. So here we are. And the top of the first, 0-0, no score. Woodland with a scoring opportunity. They sent the runner on a hard ball hit up the middle. So as we go to the in between the innings here, 0-0, Woodland with a chance to score. Let's see if we can get Zach back here.
I'm hoping this works.
Perfect, Zach.
Okay.
We are back. So you sound perfect. So Zach, what a play there by the center fielder, Maggie Sudamak.
Yeah.
She gunned down Thurston running home. I mean, it wasn't even a play. She was probably 2-3 steps. Again, from our angle here on third base, it's hard to see, but it was probably 2 or 3 steps to home plate. She gunned her down.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't. I mean, I don't like I like the aggressiveness, but I don't like 2 outs. You get another base hit. You would have had second and third. Your 5 hitter coming up, who is
Katie Lisowski, so
she's
shortstop.
hitting,
Yeah,
she's hitting 452 on the season, 19 hits. I mean, it's
yeah. So up first for Seymour is going to be Peyton McDaniel here. So a couple things here. Woodland beat St. Paul on Saturday to get here 4-0, and Seymour beat Oxford 7-6. So we've got a showdown here. These teams have played now 3 times. Seymour taking the first 2. So let's see here. Van Elstein up on the mound to wheel for Woodland. She has been the starter this year pretty regularly, Zach.
yeah. She's pitched about 66 innings, and I think she only has a 2.8 ERA.
Yeah, we look at the last 10 games here for Woodland. They're 9-1. They've outscored opponents, 139 to 36. So Woodland has been really solid the last time, and the only loss during that span has been the loss to Seymour, which ironically was just a little over 10 days ago, where Woodland and Seymour played, and Seymour won that game 11-5. 2 balls, 1 strike here to Peyton McDaniel. See if Seymour can make something happen here.
She's having a nice season, 34 hits on the year for her.
Hard strike 2.
Actually, I'm pretty sure Ella Van Alstine was all state for them last year as well.
Correct, as a sophomore. So coming into her junior year here. Hard swing, hits the back. McDaniel, the left fielder, a junior for Seymour. Seymour goes junior, junior, sophomore, freshman, junior, junior, sophomore, senior, junior, junior in their lineup. Only one senior in their lineup. Hard swing by McDaniel. High, looks like high fastball there, Zach.
That was some gas on that one, Dino.
So strike 1 for Van Elstein.
And now up to bat actually is their all-state Class M player from last year, Maggie Sudamick.
Who had that great put out there in center field to close that last inning. I mean, she literally took one step and threw that gun down the runner, Thurston, coming home.
Yeah, she saved a run for sure, and it's honestly one run could have been the difference. So you never know. It's an early game, but you don't want to get behind early. Whoa!
What was that?
I think that was a changeup.
Change up for Van Alstine. Seen some fast pitches here, and now a change up, Zach. So, I mean, Van Alstine's had a great season. I mean, Woodland comes in as they were the number 3 seed for the NVL, the number 3 seed in Class M. So both these teams, hard swing there by Sudamac. So both teams come in not only as the 2-3 seeds in the NVL, but also the 2-3 seeds in Class M, which begins next week, or over the weekend, I should say. So this is kind of an interesting rivalry, interesting game. These teams know each other very well. A lot of these kids play travel together. They're neighboring towns. Hard swing for strikeout number 2.
I will say Van Alstine has been great at mixing up the pitches, going to the fastball. Then she had that really slow changeup, and when you're about probably like, don't quote me on this, 30 feet away, it comes at you fast, and then if you're not expecting changeup, you get caught, and you look kind of silly at being fooled by the changeup.
So next up for Seymour, Juliana Rauchi, the third baseman here. So let's see if Seymour can make something happen here. First strike, 0-1 to Rauchi. And Elstein's been everything but strikes here. This bottom of the first, very impressive. Hard strike 2.
Almost as impressive as Rauchi's OPS, which is a 1.465, and that's absurd. I mean, you don't even see many major league players with a 1,000 or 1.0. So that's very impressive.
0-2 to Rauchi. Looked like a off speed there, Zach. Again, from our angle here on the third base line, but a lot of strikes here for Van Alstine. She's wheeling and dealing.
Oh yeah, she came to pitch for sure today. For sure.
Hard strike 3. Van
Got,
Alstine, 3 strikeouts. Wow.
got her with the riser there.
She looks dialed in, Zach. So we want to thank our sponsors. So we're able to do this. Thank you to our sponsors. So one of our sponsors will be sponsoring both players of the game for both the first semifinal and the second semifinal. DBAT out of Trumbull, Cheshire, and Bloomfield. For all your training needs, check out DBAT online in Connecticut, as I said, in Trumbull, Cheshire, and also Bloomfield for Connecticut's premier training facility, whether that's baseball, softball, lacrosse, soccer, football. They've got you covered at DBAT. So Zach, pretty exciting first inning. Woodland had an opportunity to get some runs on. Rowley did pitch pretty well. A couple balls hit hard, one down the right side, one up the middle, but the defense of Seymour really able to come through, the interior defense and then center fielder. But Woodland, Van Elstein looked very, very impressive.
Yeah, she did. I mean, Barton's looked good all year, except for that one-ish game with Bombury, who will be here
Correct.
later.
Yeah.
I know most teams don't pitch to her, but Barton's been. I think she's what 13 and 1, 14 and 1 on the season.
Next up, number 9, the shortstop, Katie Laskowski, a sophomore here for Woodland. Top of the second, 0-0. Hard, strike one. So, Zach, a little bit different here. Umpires quick on these calls. I like this. You don't have to wait 10 seconds to figure out whether it's a, uh, a strike or a ball. We got a spider in the booth here. Dribbler up to the pitcher.
No,
That's going to be out number 1. So Zach doesn't like spiders
I
clearly.
don't. I don't like
We
spiders.
got a spider here in the booth, and so next up for Woodland is the first baseman, Lucia Rubano, excuse me, number 10, senior for Woodland. She's hit a couple home runs this year. We've seen, this Woodland offense, as they said, has outscored opponents 139-6. So they can put some runs on the board here. Hard hit down the right field line. That's going to be foul, though. She got under that a little bit, Zach. So Rubano has some power here. Just go to the right field.
I will say she didn't miss the foul line by much from what it looks like over here.
No. Tough angle again. We're on the third baseline, so it's kind of hard to see. So 0 strikes, one. Excuse me, no balls, 1 strike. Rubano takes ball 1 there. Woodland with only 2 seniors in their lineup. Hard strike 2.
A nice pitch there by Barton.
Martin, again, Zach, the games that we've seen her, she's pitched great. That Yakuza game, as we said, there were 2 bad pitches, right? Bomberry over the fence. But other than that, she's pitched very well. Van Elstein's been super impressive so far. Off speed there. Another foul ball for Roboto. So the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Woodland trying to make something happen here in the top of the first. Martin, low again.
Trying to get her to chase.
So the count is 2-2. Zach, again, we've seen Seymour play a little bit here. Catcher Kylie Testone is really like a brick wall back there, catcher spot. Done a great job in the games we've seen.
Oh,
Hit hard to the left fielder. She was able to get it off one hop. I don't even know if that hopped, but seemed like that came off the end of the bat, Zach.
yeah, it did, but it came off fast. Barton was throwing her fastball. All it takes, if you just get on top of it, it'll go as fast as you throw it. And that was a good play though there by McDaniel to keep that in front of her. Because it took 1 bounce right there. If it ate her up alive, that would have been a double, and would have put a runner in scoring position.
So Rubano on first. Ayla DiCrescenzo, a freshman here to bat. Lefty batter. Freshman, though. I know she's had a good year. Check swing, strike 1 there by Barton. So Woodland with a runner on first, 1 out here in the top of the first. Try to make something happen. Let's see if they can move some runners here, get some people on base. Low again. Again, though, Testone with a solid stop there. That brick wall behind home plate, Zach, has been very impressive.
It has, and actually, to your point, you mentioned that Woodland only has, I think, two seniors, so a lot of their new players may not have been on the team for the past 2 years, but it just shows what a solid program they have and being able to retool and reload and continue to win, be successful.
It's like ball three there, 3-1 to DeCrescenzo. Excuse me. I haven't updated the scoreboard, so I believe it's 3-1.
I think so too. I think he
Yeah.
just made that motion.
Nope. Sorry, that was 2-1. So that looks like now it's 3-1. I'm sorry. I think the scoreboard's a little slow here, so apologize. Again, from our angle, it's kind of tough to see, but it looks like it's 3-1 to DeCrescenzo. She takes ball four, so a little bit uncharacteristic here for Barton.
I was going to say, we haven't seen Barton give up many walks, if any walks at all,
No.
in the 3 games we've done. Well, this is the third, but so far, this is one of the first or very few walks we've seen her give up.
So up next, junior second baseman Paige Chiaramonte. I might have said that last name incorrect, but Paige is sitting with runners on second and first here. One out for Seymour. Takes ball one low. Looks like scoreboard is slow to work here with a Zach.
Yeah, a little
Yeah, there
behind.
we go. There we go. Ball one. Wheels. Looks
That
like
was a
that was a
nice
changeup.
pitch. Yeah, it was a nice pitch there.
Strike one. So we have those Zach seen Barton kind of work herself into jams in that Naugatuck game in Oxford and get herself out of it. Strike three looking there. Barton gets the first strikeout of the game. Kermonti goes down on strikes. Next up for Woodland is sophomore Emma DeGeorge, the left fielder. So 2 outs for Woodland, 2 runners on base. Let's see if they can make something happen here.
It looked like Coach Luddy wasn't too pleased with taking strike three there. A little emphatic. It makes sense, I'd rather go down swinging, swing the bat.
Yeah, that's a tough thing in high school, right? To get caught looking. I think you got a foul ball. So the count's going to be 1-2, I believe, if the scoreboard would get updated here. But runners on second and first, 2 outs here. Looks like the pitch count is 1-1 to DeGeorge. Barton has settled in a bit, got the last pitcher to strike out. She's given up a walk and a strikeout. Late swing by DeGeorge. Count is now 1-2. So Barton, that looked like a fastball there, Zach.
Yeah, DeGeorge was a little bit late on that, but you got to be careful. The more foul balls you get, the more chance the batter has at getting the timing down, and then that's when they'll make you pay.
Good eye there by DeGeorge. Count goes to 2-2. 2 outs. Runners on second and first for Woodland. Barton trying to get out of this inning after giving up a hit to Rubiata to left field and then a walk. Wow, got her looking again. So 2 strikeouts here to end the inning for Barton. Solid after giving up a hit and a walk. So way to get out of it for Seymour. So I know we mentioned some names. So Woodland, of course, is coached by Lauren Luddy. She's been at the helm for Woodland for quite some time. I know we mentioned Woodland. They won actually the NVL crown in 2022 over Oxford, and then in 2021 they actually won over Naugatuck. They are the two-time back-to-back state champions, I should say, uh, in Class M, winning in 2021, 22, and then 22 and 23. So our defensive lineup, I know we didn't give this before for Woodland, but we've got Julia Raleigh behind the plate, Ella Van Elstein at pitching, Luciana Rubiata at first, Paige Cremonti at second, Katie Lasowski at shortstop, Brianna Thurston at third base, Emma DeGeorge in left field, Chloe Servan in center field, and Caitlin Braun in right field. Woodland is coached by Lauren Luddy, as we said. So, uh, a battle here that we've expected, Zach. Van Elstein's been lights out, uh, struck out three batters in that first inning. But Barton comes back and strikes out two in the top of the second. So let's see if Seymour here can get going in the offense. Both teams, if you look at Seymour over their last 10, they're 8-2. They've outscored opponents 109 to 26. So both teams have this powerful offense. Woodland scored 136 in their last 10. Seymour 109. So let's see if one of these teams can wake up. Up first for Seymour, number 22 here in the inning. We've got Mia Cunningham, who's a freshman, playing first base. So Mia's had a great season, first year. Dribbler to the second baseman. Zach, that's like the third dribbler we've seen in this game.
Yeah, the pitchers have them fooled right now, so when they are making contact, they're not fully driving through the zone and making contact with the ball. Besides, I think it was Rubiano last inning, and then um, Brianna Thurston in the first inning. But there's not been much solid contact, and I'm just looking at the pitching numbers right now. I mean,
Hey, Zach, you just went back to RoboCop.
oh, did I actually?
Yeah, so next up is the right fielder, Sophia Hines. She takes a hard swing for strike one here on Van Alstyne. So 0 balls, 1 strike to Sophia Hines. The pitch is in. Looks like ball one. Good eye ball. And one is the pitch count to Hines.
Hopefully that's a little bit better
Yeah,
now.
you're good.
All right.
RoboCop is gone.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
Apologize for those technical difficulties.
yeah, sorry about that, guys. But as I was saying, I'm looking at the pitching numbers. I mean, Van Alstyne has 92 strikeouts this season, and she's only allowed 34 hits in 307 batters faced. So that's really impressive. And then on the other hand, if I can find where it was, Barton has 79 strikeouts. She's allowed a bit more hits, but she's still faced 328 batters. So, as you mentioned, these teams have dominant offenses, but they also have dominant pitching that
Correct.
have been able to shut down dominant offenses all season.
So 3-1 to Hines here. She's been able to work the count. Hit off the bat. That's going to drop into center field. She's going to get on base. So Sophia Hines with the first hit for Seymour.
No, that was Testone. That was
Oh,
Kylie.
so sorry for that. We had Kylie Testoni here. Apologize. Yeah, so uh, she gets on the board for Seymour with the first hit. So
It's good for Seymour. They haven't had a base runner yet today.
first base runner on first base. Let's see. Excuse me, if Sophia Hines now can make something happen here. Takes first ball low for ball one.
I mean, this is I like when we don't get a ton of lefty batters, but when you do, you can really see how fast the pitches are coming in. And it's coming in fast, and then even the off speed stuff, you can see it moving down or going up and as a riser. It's
So second strike, or excuse me, second pitch for strike one. Hard strike two for Hines. Testone on first. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Hines. And Elstein one. Looks like ball two. I looked like Rowley was getting up maybe to throw the ball back to first, Zach. So
yeah,
2-2 to Hines here. Van Alstein's got a pretty powerful windup, Zach.
yeah, it's how she generates all of her force. It's the
So
way she propels herself forward when she pushes off the rubber.
yeah, full count here for Elstein and Hines here. So 1 out. Seymour with their first runner. Kylie Testone on first. Apologize that last at bat. We had the runners wrong. batters, I should say. Good eye there by Hines. Ball four. So first walk of the game for Van Elston. So much different inning than what we saw Van Elston in that first inning where she got those three strikeouts. So up next is the shortstop, Taylor Garano, number three. One out, runners on second and third. Let's see here if Taylor can make something happen and get Seymour on the board.
I will say though, to your point, Van Alstyne has allowed a lot of walks this season, which is her one weakness as a pitcher right now.
Hard cut by Garano, strike one here. Goes out beyond the backstop. Another late cut there, Zach, over the Woodland dugout there. So Van Elstein, gave up a hit, a walk, now two straight strikes for Garano. So it looks like maybe let's see if she's settled in here.
I'm assuming she may try something off speed here after two straight fastballs.
Nope. Hard down the middle again. Garano staying in there. Another foul ball hits the top of the backstop. So count still 0-2. One out here in the bottom of the second. Seymour threatening with runners on second and third. Excuse me, first and second. Hard strike three. Van Elstein gets Garano. I don't know. That was like a little bit slower, right?
Uh, a little bit, but it still brought a little bit of pop right there. We just can't see the location of some of these
Yeah.
pitches, which is a little bit difficult because I'm sure she's moving the zone well from inside, from outside, from up and down.
So Jana Marcinik, the DP here, she's up next with two outs, runners on second. Takes first pitch again late. That goes over the Woodland dugout high, almost hit Seymour High School. But she's got two outs, one strike on her with runners on second and first. Zach, the crowd's starting to fill in here. I know in between games they're doing the all NVL, which we'll talk about.
Ooh,
I wasn't expecting that. That
no,
was strike two there, some off speed stuff. I don't know. Was that a knuckleball? Do they throw knuckleballs in softball? That looked like a
I,
knuckler from
I,
here.
I don't know. Well, I know that's probably one of the only pitches I could hit that she's been throwing all day.
Van Elston comes back. Oh, so Rowley, I know both these players, Van Elstein and Rowley, both juniors. They've played a lot together. Kylie Belinsky was the catcher before Rowley was a 4-year starter on the softball team. As we mentioned before, she was one of Woodland's strike three. Wow. Van Elstein, after giving up a walk and a hit, settles down and gets the next two batters to strike out. So saying Rowley, though, comes up out of that position quick, Zach. Both Van Elstein and Rowley have been playing together here, together as pitcher catcher for this season, but have experience. They're in that same age band. They're both juniors. They played a lot of travel together. I think they play travel together as well. I could be wrong on that, but again, they play a lot together. Seems very Rowley is very quick to come off the ground a couple of times, getting that ball back to Van Elstein on the mound. But also looks like whether she's trying to get one of the runners trying to steal a base. So very impressed there with the Woodland Hawks softball team early. Van Elstein with 5 strikeouts here in 2 innings. So looked very, very impressive.
Yeah, very good job there to work out of the jam. We saw Barton do it earlier in the first, and then Van Alstyne as well. I know you mentioned to me earlier we were looking at some two high-powered offenses, but it's been all defense so far today.
Yeah, Zach, I don't know. This is the 3-4 game. Clearly, both these teams know each other well. As we said, it's a rivalry game. But, do they, maybe a little bit of nerves, in terms of the players. There's a lot on the line here for pride. NVL championships, the Seymour Wildcats haven't won the NVLs in some years. We've had other teams, Oxford won it last year, then Woodland 2 years, then we had 2020 was a COVID year, and then Oxford won in 19. But Seymour, you know, um, won 2018, 2017, and 2016. So Seymour trying to make it, back to the finals. They still, there's still another game after this. So there's just a lot on the line for both of these teams. I think maybe there's a little bit of nerves here, get to them early in the game. Maybe we'll see both teams kind of settle down here and maybe, we'll see. It could be pitchers or we could see the bats kind of awaken.
Yeah, I've seen so far defensively, both teams look settled in, even whether it's the outfield, whether it's the shortstop, whether it's the pitching, the catching. Looks dialed in so far.
So Julia Raleigh up top of the order back up for Woodland. She takes a hard swing, strike one here, top of the third, 0-0 for. Looks like Seymour might be sending someone, Zach, to warm up. Seeing some players going to warm up a bit. It's kind of interesting. Rowley able to get it to left field over the third base for a single here to lead off the top of the third. So batting lineup, we're going to get the batting lineup here for Woodland. Julia Raleigh, Ella Van Elstein, Brianna Thurston, Caitlin Braun, Katie Lewinsky, Luciana Roboto, Ayla Di Crescenzo, Paige Kermonte, Emma DeGeorge, and Chloe Servone. So up next is the pitcher.
Pitcher on pitcher duel right now.
Hard hit up the middle for Van Elstein. Looks like runner will not advance past second. So quick first pitch hit there. So Van Elstein would have hit. Julia Rowley would have hit. Anna Thurston came up previously. She had a hit. So 3 hits here. Rubiato had a hit. So 4 hits for Woodland so far. So let's see if Thurston can continue this rally. Runners on second and first. First 2 batters have been able to get on with hits. Hard hit to the second base. See if they turn. Seymour does not get a chance to turn 2. Van Elstein goes in sliding. So Woodland able to advance the runner to third. So Rowley on third, Thurston on first. Van Elstein was tagged out at second. 1 out here. Woodland with runners on the corners. Up to bat for Woodland is Caitlin Braun, the sophomore right fielder. Looks like coach is going to come out and have a discussion with the team here for Seymour.
I think they may bring the infield in, or at least the corners in here. If anything's hit on the ground, check the runner at third, go to first, is what I would assume. But I don't think you put. Well, you could put the infield back, double play depth, and hopefully, if it's hit hard enough. But the bases are so small that you got to be quick, as we just saw there. That Seymour turned it pretty quickly, but they didn't even have a shot to throw out. Thurston running to first.
So Coach Ken Pereiras, who's been at the helm here for Seymour for quite some time, talking to the team. The team's still huddled up, probably talking about strategy here. I think if you're Barton, Zach, you just got to throw strikes, right? Just try to focus on the batter. Caitlin Braun, who is up to bat for Woodland, the sophomore right fielder. Woodland dug out pretty animated here with runners on the corners. Barton gave up 2 hits to start the inning to Rowley and Van Alstyne. Runner goes to second. All right, so stolen base there by Brianna Thurston. So now Woodland with runners on second and third, Zach, you've got to get focus on that runner. So ball 1, ball 2 low by Barton. So 2 balls to Barton.
I know it's hard to do, but she's gonna act like there's no one on base right now. Just because there's no double play anymore. You got to keep it in the infield. Otherwise, anything in the outfield will score a run. 2 runs, maybe. No.
So Woodland gets on the board hard. Wow. So Woodland. Wow. So Braun with a hit to center field gets the RBI, but she's able to get to second base off some miscommunication there from Seymour. They threw home. to stop the Thurston from going home to keep it a one-run inning here. But
Yeah, I mean,
Braun gets to second base. So again, you're just one out with runners on second and third.
they didn't want to test the arm out there after being thrown earlier,
No,
but
she rifled that one in. So Kate Lisowski here, up to bat with one out, one ball. Hard hit to the center fielder. Wow, not it. Good call there by Coach Luddy. I don't think she wanted to test out
no,
Sudovic's arm.
I don't think so either.
Sudovic had that rifle in that first inning to home plate. I don't think they wanted to end the inning, so they kept the runner from advancing here. So two outs now. Barton able to get the batter to that. We've got Rubiano up who had a hit in that first inning, Zach. So two outs, runners on second and third. Woodland up 1-0. Low ball one. So Rowley here settling in with runners at second and third for Woodland. Rubiano up takes ball two. So 2-0, two for Seymour.
And I think if you're Seymour, if you get out of this inning with only one run given up, that's a good win for you. You guys go back and retool. They
Strike
had
one.
some success last inning against Van Alstyne before she shut the door on them, but it shows that she's human after she's been really shutting down Seymour's offense so far.
So 2 balls, one strike to Rubano, excuse me. Hard foul ball. So 2-2 is the count to Rubano. So Woodland able to get one run here. They've got runners at second and third with two outs here. The count is 2-2 to Rubano. Let's see if Spartan can get out of this inning, or if Woodland can extend this lead and extend the rally here, the small rally that they have going on here, Zach. Right to the third base. Barton gets out of the inning. Roboto with a hard hit ball to the third baseman, able to get her out at first. So Seymour comes away with Woodland only getting one run.
Yeah, that was a heck of a play by Rauchi. Hot corner comes right at you. She was
Yeah.
right there, made it look easy.
So another one of our sponsors, Zach, here at Project Purple. So Project Purple, we are, for those watching or listening that don't know about who we are, but we are a nonprofit organization based here in Seymour, Connecticut. We support pancreatic cancer patients as they go through their journey along with their families, and we support clinical research towards further and early detection of the disease. One of our major sponsors this year for all of our events is Hartford Healthcare, which has now become the largest healthcare provider in the state of Connecticut. We're excited to be partnering with Hartford Healthcare and their initiatives to treat, diagnose, and cure patients here in the lovely state of Connecticut and beyond with pancreatic cancer. So thank you to Hartford Healthcare for their support in our mission of a world without pancreatic cancer. So here we are at the bottom of the third. Woodland up 1-0. Up next for Seymour will be the bottom of the lineup. We've got number 11, Ava Cherdak, the second baseman. And then looks like the top of the order coming up for Seymour. So let's see if Cherdak can make something happen here. Takes first pitch, ball one.
I just realized that Seymour hasn't went through their order once yet so far.
Yeah, and we've seen Woodlands twice, well, 1.5, I guess you'd say. But Elstein gets a strike there. 1 ball, 1 strike. So Chernak here Hard hit behind the dugout. That's going to be out of bounds for strike two. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Chernak here. Zach Van Elstein, we saw, Seymour was able to get a runner on and then a walk. And then we saw Van Elstein kind of settle in. So let's see if Seymour can make something happen here in the bottom of the third. Hard hit again. Back over the backstop, straight ahead. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Chernak here. Zach, so that ball went back probably about 50 feet from the backstop.
Well, we've seen a couple of batters get the timing down so
Again,
far.
same area. So 3 foul balls from Chernak, but again, over the backstop.
Sounded like that hit a
Far.
car right there.
Yeah, well, you can see here behind us, we've got a lot of cars parked strategically. I know as the game two teams start to come in and their fans, we'll probably see more fans take up some spots. The outfield is starting to fill up. Good eye there by Chernak. High ball two. So 2 balls, 2 strikes to Chernak. No outs. First batter here, the bottom of the third inning. Woodland holding on to a 1-0 lead.
That's a great
Hard
at
hit
bat there by Chernak.
right through the shortstop and third base there. So Chernak gets his second hit for Seymour here up to bat. It's like the top of the order here is at Peyton McDaniel, number 4, the left fielder,
That was
part of that outfield.
Yeah, that was just a great at bat by Chernak. I mean, fouled off a couple of pitches, and then finally got the timing down after a couple, right through the gap in between shortstop and third base. And now you got the top of the order, one runner on, no outs. Looks like Seymour could be in business this inning.
Goes for the bunt. Runner will advance to second. So great bunt there by McDaniel. We've seen a couple games here where kids have attempted to bunt, but that was like a perfect bunt, Zach, right down the middle, not too hard. Pitcher had to come in and run and get it. Infield came in, but Woodland played it well. But the runner does advance to second, so 1 out, and now you've got Maggie Sudamek, center fielder extraordinaire, up to
Yeah.
bat.
And actually, when we were setting up, we saw McDaniel practicing her bunts right in front of us. So looks like it's been paying off so far.
Check swing looked like she I don't know if that's like to try to get the pitcher to throw some kind of crazy pitch, but she takes strike one from Van Elstein. I don't know if you want to do that with Van Elstein the way
No,
she's
I
been
don't.
pitching, right, Zach?
I don't think so either. I don't think she needs any more motivation there on the mound.
Yeah. Sudamak hard foul ball again. So that's the 5th foul ball we've seen go over the backstop high up in the air. So strike two. Van Elstein's got the count here to her advantage against Sudamak. 0 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, runner on second. Ava Chernak, who reached on a hit. Hard fastball. Van Elstein gets Sudamak swinging hard for her 6th strikeout of the game, Zach. Wow.
Yeah, those are Seymour's 2 and 3 batters are their first team All NVL players, which you need them to kind of produce in these moments. See what Rauchi can do for them.
Rauchi only a sophomore, Zach, and solid third base. Great at the plate for Seymour this year. Take strike one. So has had a really good year, as you said. Second first team player for Seymour. Wow, off speed pitch by Van Elstein. Foul ball down the first base line, but Van Elstein now is really doing a great job other than that first batter, Chernak, which was able to get on, but she worked the count. But she's got the account to her advantage here against Rauchi. No balls, two strikes.
And to your point, though, Rauchi's leads the team in home runs with four, as well
Hard.
as RBIs. She's 36 of those, so this is a dangerous batter if you're Van Alstyne.
So three balls, or I should say three pitches, three strikes. That last one a foul ball, second foul ball by Rauchi. First team All NVL here for Seymour. Trying to make something happen here. Two outs with a runner on second. Again, another foul ball over the backstop, Zach. That seems to be the spot. Whoever's car is over there is going to have a lot of dents in it.
Yeah, there's a couple over there I see. We need someone out there shagging those fly balls.
So Woodland with actually three first team all NVL players. Again, another foul ball. This is a great at bat. He's got this great battle of pitcher, all NVL first team, and Ella Van Alstyne, catcher Julia Raleigh, and then third baseman for Woodland, Brianna Thurston, who is also first team all NVL this year. But great match here between Rauchi and Van Alstyne. Again, wow. Zach, that's six pitches, six strikes. Rauchi is not backing down, and Van Alstyne's not backing
I
down
say
either.
someone's gonna have to break through at some point,
Yeah.
unless this at bat just goes on for the next hour and a half.
Seven straight strikes by Van Alstyne here. Rauchi able to foul five of them off.
Oh, good eye.
Good eye by Rauchi. Takes ball one there, Zach. That's the eighth pitch. So one ball, two strikes here to Rauchi. Van Alstyne really wheeling and dealing here, as they say, in that strike zone. The windup got under it. Ball's high fly ball. Shortstop has no problem with that. So Kate Lisowski with the putout. So Seymour puts a player on first, gets the second. Great at bat there by Rauchi, but Woodland's able to limit any damage here other than a hit.
They keep getting some at bats like that, though. They're bound to break through, which is all you need to do is just put together quality at bats, and then it'll continue to slow down how Van Alstyne's approaching each at bat and each batter. You saw Chernak start off the inning there with a great at bat.
Yeah, and then getting her to second base on that I guess you would say squeeze bunt. But yeah, the thing that we haven't talked about, Zach, is pitch count here, and we're not keeping track of pitches. And I know there's a difference between baseball and softball. Van Alstyne did throw a lot of pitches that inning, right? I mean, Rauchi got her to throw 9 pitches just at that at bat. So, we'll see how that plays out here. Um, we did see someone in the Seymour bullpen kind of warming up, but that person has sat down. So I don't know if we'll see that happen again. But we'll see how the game plays out here. We're in a tight game, 1-0 Woodland here, top of the fourth. But both pitchers, I feel, have thrown a lot of pitches, Zach. I
Yeah.
know we haven't done a lot of softball this year, but you know, both pitchers have thrown significant amount of pitches, have kind of gotten worked in the counts at bats, and then also in innings. We saw Seymour in the second inning get some runners on base, and they just couldn't get out of it once Van Alstyne settled down. So up for Woodland here, number 7, Ava DiCrescenzo, freshman. Looks like she takes strike one here from Barton. Let's see if she can make something happen here. Lefty batter for Woodland. Got under it. Looks like Sudamek's going to have no problem with the out. So second pitch, Seymour, easy out for Seymour. So 1-0 here, top of the fourth. Up next for Woodland is Paige Creamonte, I believe is how you pronounce her name. Creamonte. So apologize, Paige. Number 3, junior. So uncharacteristic. The ball gets away from the catcher there, Kylie Tastone. No one on base, but gets by her there. Ball was low and in the dirt, so ball one here on Paige Caramonte, junior, number 3 for Woodland. Hard strike one. 1-1's the count. So, Zach, I know we talked about this at the beginning of the broadcast, but for people who joined us, they will be doing the all NVL first and second team. We're starting to see some players for some teams that unfortunately are no longer in the playoffs showing up to get their awards. Fly ball to the first baseman. Easy out for Mia Cunningham. So 2 outs here. Rowley has only thrown about 5 pitches here, Zach, for this inning. So as we were starting the inning talking about pitch counts, now we see 5 pitches here. Next up for Woodland, sophomore left fielder Emma DeGeorge, number 16. Low ball one. So as we were saying, Zach, before that ball went up, they will be having the all NVL first and second team. We'll give that to everyone between the games as well. DeGeorge gets under it to the right fielder, drops. She's going to go for 2.
I think she's going for 3. Do you know?
She's going for 3. Stand up triple. Wow. Zach, your RoboCop may have come back, but
Oh Jesus! All right.
so Julia Raleigh, the top of the order here for Woodland coming up. She's got 1 hit. Um, but Emma DeGeorge, the sophomore, like the right fielder, I don't know if she didn't see it or lost it. Second baseman was out there as well trying to get that. So Julia Raleigh here, the junior catcher,
I mean, I will say the
takes
sun's
strike one.
starting to set, and it's like a little bit difficult for us over here.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm
don't know.
sure.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but the ball was like magnet that got there. DeGeorge is a great athlete. She was able to get around those bases pretty quick. So some speed on the bases here. Runner on third. Raleigh takes ball low. So 1-1 is the count. 2 outs. DeGeorge on third for Woodland. Woodland up 1-0 here, top of the fourth. Hard hit through the gap there. Shortstop wasn't able to get it. So Rowley with another hit here, Zach. That's 2 hits for her and an RBI. So second run for Woodland comes in. DeGeorge really got things going with that triple. 2 outs here in the top of
Yeah.
the fourth, but Raleigh able to bring her in. RBI single. Next up is the pitcher for Woodland, Ella Van Elstein.
And this is just the danger zone of the Woodland lineup right now. And I mean, there's also an uncharacteristic throwing error after, which allowed Rowley to advance to second and puts another runner in scoring position for Woodland. And this is not the batter you want to be facing with another runner in scoring position, down 2 in the top of the fourth.
I know we mentioned this at the top of the broadcast, but Van Alstyne holds the career record for hits for Woodland, so hell of a batter coming up. Dribbler to the second base. It's like that's going to be safe. Van Alstyne, their second hit of the game. So Rowley able to get to second base and advances to third. So runners on the corners, 2 outs here, Zach.
And
Woodland
here's
trying to extend that lead. Brianna Thurston, who is first team All NVL. So
in the
on the
day.
bases and on the at bat are first team NVL players for Woodland.
You're in the danger zone right here. And I mean, it's just been very uncharacteristic defensively for Seymour there. I mean, we saw a throwing error. I don't know if what happened in right field, if that was an error or whatever. But that was an error on Chernak, which we have seen none of so far this season doing any of the streams. And you're just kind of in a little bit of, for it's only the top of the fourth. You still got three more at bats, but to this point, they haven't produced many runners in scoring position or anything like that. So you want to get out of this inning without allowing any more runs scored.
Yeah, so we see the Seymour assistant coach, not the head coach, come to the mound and have a discussion with the players. So, Zach, again, as we saw in that top of the third, Woodland scored in a very similar situation, runners in the corners. They were able to get out of the inning. Seymour was, but hard hit again through the shortstop, very uncharacteristic. Rowley comes home to score, but Brianna Thurton with an RBI.
Yeah, Woodland's fired up right now. It looks like Seymour has it's draining, it's very draining on them right now. They're losing all their energy and pop, which is what we saw against Naugatuck. But then they started to pick it up a bit.
So up for Woodland, number 14, Caitlin Braun. She's got a hit in the game and the RBI from the third inning, Zach. So let's see here. Runners on second and first. If Seymour can get out of this, strike one. Hard hit to the center fielder. Off the fence. Looks like one run's going to score. They're not going to test Cedamac. So Braun with a hard hit double for her second hit, but also her second RBI, Zach.
Yeah, they're all over Barton right now. I know it's the second, third time around the lineup. It's when you kind of start to get a feel for what the pitcher's doing and how you can beat the pitcher. But I mean, as you mentioned, we saw someone warming up, but Barton's thrown, I think, 75% of the innings for
Yeah.
Seymour.
So hard hit to the third baseman, Kate Lisowski. That's going to be out number 3 here. So Seymour able to get out of the inning. Now, Zach, we talked about pitch count at the beginning of that inning. Barton comes up, gets the first 2 outs on like 5 pitches, and then gets into a little bit of a jam here with that top of the lineup, though. We kind of have seen this with certain teams, but you look at Rowley, Van Alstyne, Thurton, Braun. The top 4 batters for Woodland have accounted for all the offense, other than Lucia Rubano, who had a single in the third inning, and then Emma DeGeorge, who led off this fourth inning with that triple. But RBIs and hits have really come for the 1 to 4 hitters for Woodland. So really, and we saw some uncharacteristic plays here from the infield here for Seymour, from the second baseman and the shortstop, which are usually kind of, as we say, ironclad, that brick wall in terms of defense here for Seymour. So
Yeah, you know what I will say? It's kind of giving, I know it's a little bit later in the game, but it's kind of giving the Naugatuck game feel where you had the top of the lineup produce most of the offense, most of the runs, and then Barton have not much problem with the bottom half of the lineup. And then when she gets back up top, it took the around second, third time around the lineup for them to kind of figure out her pitching and what she's throwing. And what's not going in Seymour's favor is they can't get anything going offensively, so it's not even canceling out what great of a
right.
job Barton has been doing so far on the mound.
So Van Alstyne to face Maiden Cunningham, the freshman, first baseman, take strike one. Woodland up 4-0 here in the bottom of the fourth. We'll see the 4, 5, 6 hitters for Seymour. Cunningham fouls it off the Woodland dugout, so over to the right side. Van Elstein, 2 pitches, 2 strikes. That has kind of been what we saw in the previous inning and what we've seen all game from Van Elstein. Throws a lot of strikes, throws the ball really, really hard. Cunningham Watch this. Ball one. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Cunningham. First batter here at the bottom of the fourth inning. Van Elstein throwing a lot of strikes. She's got 6 strikeouts for the game. But we saw the last inning hard. As I say that, she's got strikeout number 7 here. Cunningham goes down on strikeout on 5 pitches, Zach.
I think
4 pitches.
Seymour has 2 hits so far.
2 hits, that's it. And Kylie Testone has one of them. So let's see if she can make something happen here. Bottom of the fourth, trailing 4-0. Ball one high, uncharacteristic of Van Elsten. We've seen a lot of strikes. So we've got a special guest who's going to join us here, Zach. The next inning, one of our sponsors is here who just showed up. So we're going to give him an opportunity in between innings to talk a little bit about DBAT. Van Elsten wins. Hard cut there by Testone, but strike one. 1-1 is the count. 4-0 Woodland.
I'm swapping my mic off for his right now. So if I get the new one, and then I'm gonna see if I can get Watertown.
Van Elstein wheels high, ball one, or excuse me, ball two for Testone. So 2 balls, 1 strike to Testone here, and so 1 out for Woodland. Testone gets under it to the right field. That's going to drop for a hit. So Testone able to get back on base here. 2 hits for Testone. 1 out. Only the 3rd hit for Seymour. So next up for Seymour, Sophia Hines. We're going to bring our special guest on here during the inning, I guess. So we work this out here. Hard swing by Hines. Van Elstein throwing strikes. So with us here in the broadcast booth, we're gonna unmute this here, and I think you can hear me. The general manager for DBAT Trumbull, Jay Mather. Jay, welcome to the Project Purple Sports live stream here. Seymour versus Woodland High School semifinal matchup.
Hey, thanks, Dino.
So Jay, let's talk a little bit about DBAT. You guys have become kind of the premier training facility in the state when it comes from softball, baseball. Strike 2 there by Van Alstyne, throwing some seeds here.
She's been dialed in all game.
Now, Jay, you guys see a lot of these kids throughout their careers, I guess you would say. So, I mean, this is 2 high-quality teams, softball wise. Takes ball 2. Hines with a good look there. So, oh, she struck out. That was a delayed call by the ump.
A little late on that one.
Yeah, sorry about that. So Van Elstein gets her 8th strikeout. Up next for Seymour's Taylor Garano. So Jay, as we were saying, like these are 2 high-quality programs, lots of success, especially for Woodland over the last couple of years. Anything surprise you?
Not much. It's the little things that they're doing. They got them the lead. They're base to base, not making mistakes.
Little uncharacteristic of Seymour. We've seen Seymour with this interior defense and their outfield really, really stellar. The games that we've done so far this year. Off-speed pitch, Jay. What would you call that? Is that a knuckleball? Can they throw knuckleballs in softball?
They can. I don't know if that was a knuckleball or just a changeup that she kind of lost control of.
So runner will actually advance to second. So 2 outs here for Seymour. Garano, 2 balls, no strikes.
Hitters count. This could gives them a chance to scrape one across and get on the board.
Hard strike 1. So 2-1 here to Garano. Testone is at second base with 2 outs. Van Elstein, Jay, I know you've been here for most of the game. We kind of really seen her gets under it. That's going to drop. Looks like Seymour's going to send the runner home.
Close play at first, but she's back in safe.
So Garano with a hit and an RBI. Seymour gets on the board. I guess Jay, you got to kind of chip away at this. I mean,
Absolutely.
Woodland's been very good so far. So
Seymour's got to take it one at bat, one pitch at a time now, and scrape up, a couple runs across because she can't hit a 3-run home run with one person on base. So it's got to base to base and score some runs. That
so
crooked number in the top of the fourth really is going to be a big factor, I think.
so up next for Seymour is Gianna Marcinick, the DP number 2. Runner on first, ball low into the ground. So as I was saying, Van Elstein, we saw her get into a couple of jams and then kind of settle in and just throw hard strikes. I mean, that last inning, she had Rauchy, which is, first team all NVL player for Seymour. I mean, she had 8 strikes in a row. I mean, granted, Rauchy fouled off 6 of them. But
Yeah, I mean, she had a great at bat. Just Van Alstyne won.
check swing there off the third baseman. Wow.
And that's going to put another runner on.
Uncharacteristic of Woodland. They're all first team NVL, all NVL player, third baseman Brianna Thurston, who's had a monster game with 2 hits and an RBI. Um,
I think she was taken back a little on the check swing, caught her off guard.
so Jay, would that be an
E5.
E5? So good news for Seymour here. Well, they've got Ava Chernak here in the ninth spot, but they do have the top of the order, which we haven't seen much of that where they've been able to get multiple batters. It's usually 3 or 4 batters these last 3 innings, and then they're sitting down for a little bit.
Yeah, they're doing the little things this inning just to keep it alive with 2 outs. So see what she's got. Van Alstyne's on her heels again a little bit here in this situation with 2 runners on.
So first pitch, strike 1. Ava Chernak.
And that's one thing Van Alstyne's done pretty well all game is work ahead.
Yeah. So Seymour 4. Excuse me. Wow, another off-speed pitch. Those
Yep.
off-speed pitches throw me off here. Seymour 1, Woodland 4 here, bottom of the 4th, with 2 runners on for Seymour. Second and first, though, 2 outs for Woodland. 2 balls, no strikes to Chernak. Hard hit fly ball here, pop up to the third base. Looks like the shortstop called it off, though, Jay. I don't know.
Yep. Shortstop made the play.
So
Tough way to end the inning, but Seymour showed a little something.
So Woodland able to get out of the inning with only 1 run, holding on to a 4-1 lead going into the top of the 5th. Jay, let's talk a little bit about DBAT. We talked about it at one of the innings. This has really become Connecticut's premier training facility. You guys do a lot, though, so let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, we like to think we offer a one-stop home for all your baseball, softball needs primarily. We offer instructions, camps, clinics. We've got a staff of both baseball and softball instructors to help you in every facet of the game, whether it's hitting, pitching, catching, looking to make everybody just a better player.
And you guys are open, I should say, year round, right? This is an indoor facility, so you guys don't really have to deal with the elements.
Now we basically take the elements off the table and give you a place to train even when the weather's not your friend or cooperating, especially here in New England.
and that even goes for heat. So in the summertime, you guys are air conditioned. I know a lot of the schools here in this area have gone to turf. We don't have turf here, but turf in the summer is usually really hot and unplayable during the day.
It can get warm. We have a climate controlled facility, so we keep the air moving in there, so it's not too bad in the summer. But we definitely give you guys a home to work on your craft.
And Jay, the other thing too that I want to mention, something that I've seen just from following you guys and working with you guys here, you guys do a lot of team stuff too. So this is not just an individual instruction and training, but also for groups, correct?
Correct. During the off season, we get a lot of teams. From here in Seymour, I know we had the Seymour tradition that rented space all winter, working with their pitchers and hitters all basically all winter long to get them ready for the season. So I see a lot of familiar faces when I'm here at the field. Girls that come in and hit, and work on their game year round.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for the support. Thank you for supporting Project Purple Sports and all these great student athletes and the player of the game today and in previous Project Purple Sports opportunities with both baseball and softball.
Hey, thanks, Dino. Thank you for all you you do with Project Purple for prostate cancer research.
Pancreatic cancer.
Oh, pancreatic. My bad.
It's all right, Jack.
All right, buddy.
I love it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
So up here at the top of the fourth for Woodland, Luciana Rabano, who has a hit here. So Seymour looks like here we may have had a pitching change, Zach, here. Possibly Cassidy Marciniak comes into pitch, which we had Raleigh to start, who did well, but Seymour here going to the bench here with Barton, Cassidy Marciniak, who is pitching here for Seymour. Kind of uncharacteristic, a sophomore for Seymour here pitching Cassidy Marciniak, whose sister is Gianna Marciniak, sister combo here on the team. So kind of interesting change here by Seymour. Maybe they feel like, I don't know, maybe something was up with Barton and, figured to bring in Marciniak here to kind of take over the game here for Seymour.
Well, we'll say she does have good numbers on the season. Has 39 strikeouts, has only 24 innings pitched, as Barton makes up the bulk of them. But maybe it just helps change. It looked like Woodland, that lineup started to figure out what Barton was doing, what Barton was throwing, which we haven't seen much of this year. But
Hard hit up the middle by Roboto, but she'll get her second hit of the game here for a single here to start the game. But, Zach, so we mentioned in the last that, Woodland was really able to get their 1 through 4 batters on base, really have done the majority of the damage here for Woodland. Ava DiCrescenzo, freshman here, up for Woodland. Looks like there's going to be a pinch runner here by Woodland. Let's see who they're bringing out to number 4, Angie Tottenham, a freshman. Rabano goes out, so Angie Tottenham here to be pinch runner. No outs, top of the 5th. Woodland 4-1 lead. NVL semifinal number 1. DiCrescenzo, freshman, up to bat, lefty for Woodland. And Zach, I know we've got some stats, compliments of max prep, so some of these statistics, we go off, comes off of max preps. Ayla takes ball 1 high, but some of the schools do put in their numbers, others,
yeah,
it's to be questioned, I guess, in terms of what we're seeing for numbers. Marciniak wheels. DiCrescenzo takes ball 2. That looked like a strike from here, but the umpire, we don't like talking bad about umpires. We know, like the last couple games, we've had delay calls. He's been pretty good. He's been pretty. Ball 3
we
here.
won't dig into the umpires, but basketball refs, that's another
That's
story.
another story. So 3 balls, no strikes, no outs. Runner on first, Tottenham. Let's see if Luddy gives DiCrescenzo has her take this pitch or.
Oh boy, that's going at the close.
That goes over. Oh, it looks like it bounces over. So 3 balls, 1 strike. DiCrescenzo had the. She wasn't taking that pitch, but so Luddy let her swing. That's a lot of confidence in a freshman, Zach.
Yeah.
DiCrescenzo being the lone freshman. Take strike 2. So full count here for Marciniak. 3 balls, 2 strikes to the freshman DiCrescenzo. Runner on first, pinch runner Tottenham. Let's see if Woodland can. Hard hit. Oh, left fielder drops it. That's going to be an error. So that's a error on the left fielder. I don't know, Zach. So she's got sunglasses on, but I don't know if the sun was an issue or if she just it wasn't really that hit that hard. Kind of uncharacteristic. Peyton McDaniel here.
I mean, I know the sun's an issue for us where we're sitting right over there, but I don't know. I mean, if you're Seymour, you just had too many uncharacteristic errors so far today, which is kind of what's killing them right
Yeah,
now.
their defense has not been dialed in, Zach. So up next for Woodland, number 3, the second baseman, Paige Chiaramonte. Looks like she went to bunt. Infield shifts. That's ball one, high. So yeah, Seymour, very uncharacteristic errors in the field, and it really hurt them. I guess if the game were to end right now, I think Seymour would really look back at the fielding here. That's really kind of gotten them in this jam. Again, batter shows bunt, but ball two for Chiaramonte.
Yeah,
Cassidy Marciniak on the mound for Seymour, replacing starter Skylar Barton. Woodland holding to a 4-1 lead here, trying to make it more. Shows bunt again, take ball, strike one. So count is 2 balls, 1 strike on Chiaramonte. I know I'm probably saying that last name incorrect, but Page here, second baseman, junior for Woodland, number 3.
yeah. Marcinek is kind of putting herself in these. That's a great punt.
Goes
Go.
foul, so strike 2 here. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
But as I was saying, Marcinek is kind of putting herself in these bad spots. She's getting herself back to 2 strikes, but she's starting off behind 2-0, 3-1, 3-0 in some counts. You don't want to do that to yourself. It makes it harder on you because it minimizes the strike zone. As that'll be ball 3. We'll have a
So
full
full
count.
count here for Marciniak and Page Chiaramonte at the plate. No outs here for Woodland. Runners on second and first. Top of the fifth. Hard swing late though over the Woodland dugout. Probably hit the bus there. I think there's a bus parked over there, so bad spot to park a bus. So full count still, no outs. Coach Luddy for Woodland, talking to the second base runner there, Angie Tottenham, who's a freshman for Woodland, but pretty speedy on the bases. Gets under it in the infield. Looks like third baseman's going to grab it for the first out. So Seymour gets the first out of the inning, but Woodland still has runners on second and first. And next up for Woodland, kind of the batter who got things going in that last inning, Zach, Emma DeGeorge with that triple to right, which again, was hit hard, but I don't know if the right fielder lost it. But Emma DeGeorge, with her speed on the bases, was able to get all the way to third and really started that rally in the last inning. Again, under it to the right fielder again. This time caught. Runner will advance to third. Wow, good throw by the right fielder. So runner advances on the out. 2 outs here. Angie Tottenham to third. So runners still, Woodland still has 2 runners. Runner on first, third. Looks like a little discussion here. I don't know, maybe there's another substitute runner. Zach, what's going on here?
Uh, I don't know. Oh, maybe. Yeah.
So Julia Raleigh here to bat. Looks like number 1, who we don't
1
have.
or 11, maybe?
It's either Casey Lynch, possibly. Again, it's hard to see from where we are. Um,
It looks like Chloe Cervone. But I thought she was in the outfield.
yeah, Chloe Cervone is she's our flex. So she is up on first, pitch running, and Angie Tottenham still at third. So Woodland with runners on first and third. Juliet Raleigh with 2 hits and an RBI here. 2 outs though for Seymour. Let's see if they can end this inning or if Woodland can extend this lead with a runner on third and first. Actually, runner goes to second, so now runners at second and third for Rowley. Let's see if she can make something happen here and extend this lead for Woodland. Marcinek deals strike 1, so 1 ball, 2 strikes to Rowley. Rowley with 2 hits and an RBI, part of that potent top of the order for Woodland, Zach, that we've seen here. It's been pretty much 90% of their offense. Strike 2. She takes strike 2. So Marcinek now ahead in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Woodland with runners on second and third. Raleigh trying to extend this inning here and possibly put more runs on the board here for Woodland. Hard foul tip in the dirt, so count will stay 1 ball, 2 strikes. Top of the fifth. Woodland up 4-1 with runners on third and second.
I'm
Raleigh
throwing.
at the plate.
I'd throw something high out of the zone or low in the zone right now. Stay out of the zone. Rowley's been very dangerous so far.
Marcinick low. And again, Testone with a great stop, Zach. We've talked a lot about the catcher here, both catchers, I should say, for Woodland and Seymour. So count is 2-2. Hit hard to the third base. Shortstop's there. Safe.
Oh boy,
Wow.
I don't know.
So Rowley with another hit and another RBI, Zach. So Woodland gets one on the board here. Nice play by the shortstop, Taylor Garado, but wasn't able to get Rowley out at first. She legged that out. So Rowley with 3 hits, 2 RBIs here for the game. Next up for Woodland,
Oh my, yeah,
Ella Van Elstein.
yeah.
So pitcher versus pitcher here.
I still think they got her out. I don't think she beat it out.
Well, we don't have,
Where he's standing. Wait, there's no
yeah,
at.
the umpire, when they only have 2 umpires here, which is kind of weird. I would think for a playoff game you'd have 3.
Especially semifinals.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a money issue, but so Woodland with runners on the corners. Foul ball from Van Alstyne, strike 1. Runner did go, Zach, so Rowley did go to second. So it looks like they probably will send her again.
Yeah.
So we'll probably see Woodland with runners. I wonder if Van Alstyne will take this pitch, though, Zach. So, you know, I mean, I don't know. If you're Marcinick here, maybe you throw something low and outside. Oh,
Or you
she
hit
hit
her.
it.
Yeah.
Wow. So hit pitch here by Marcinick. So Van Alstyne gets to first. The runner was going, so bases loaded here, Zach. Top of the fifth. Seymour gets 1 in this inning. They're up 5-1. Bases loaded, 2 outs though. And Brianna Thurston, who's 2 hits and an RBI, the first team all NVL third baseman, hit hard to the second base, straight to first. So Seymour able to get out of that inning with only 1 run here, Zach. But they've got to get some runs on the board because time is running out for them.
Yeah, they got to get those bats going this inning. We got fifth, sixth, and seventh. They still have 3 more innings of batting, but
You got to get some stops. You can't,
yeah,
I mean, you either got to have a big inning here, which we've seen. We've seen the Seymour offense is very explosive. I mean, we talked about it at the start of the broadcast. Seymour has scored, 109 runs to 26. The last, and if we look, the last 2 games versus Woodland, he scored 11 and 7. Here they are at the bottom of the fifth with 1 run. So, in the last game, which was on 513, was at Woodland. They scored 11 runs, Zach. So that was just a couple days ago, 7 days ago, a week ago. Seymour was able to put 11 runs on Van Alstyne. So, kind of kind of interesting here, with these 2 matchups. And again, we've mentioned this before. It's a rivalry, 2 neighboring towns. These kids know each other pretty well. They play against each other a lot during travel. Play twice during the regular season because they're in their same division. A lot of these kids play multiple sports, so again, they know each other's tendencies very well. So, kind of interesting that we haven't seen what we're accustomed to seeing from Seymour in terms of batting and then also fielding.
yeah, and sure if you're Van Alstyne, I mean, as you just said, Seymour 11 and 7 in the first 2 games against Woodland. Van Alstyne only has 25 earned runs. If you do the math, 18 of them came from Seymour. I'm sure she had this game marked on her
Yeah,
calendar,
yeah.
wanted to prove something to them.
As we said before, she's committed to D1 UMass Lowell. She set the career hitting record, which now stands at 145 hits here for Woodland and counting. She's still got another year to go, and has pitched a hell of a game today with 8 strikeouts to lead the way for Woodland, Zach. So great game by Van Alstyne. Up next for we've got the top of the order. Peyton McDaniel here takes strike one. What we've seen from Van Alstyne,
I
just
know.
hard strikes down the middle.
Now I don't know. Do you know if they played in the a game before this or like before the semifinals? Did
So
they
they
have
did,
to?
yeah. They played. So Seymour beat Oxford to get in on Saturday 7-6, and Woodland beat St. Paul 4-0. So we saw Seymour and Oxford play a couple weeks back. Oxford's young, tight game. 3 pitches, Zach. 3 strikes by Van Alstyne. What we've seen, I don't think we're going to see much difference here the rest of the way for Van Alstyne. She's been throwing strikes and throwing balls hard straight down the middle.
Yeah, she's been also having a good job of sprinkling in some off speed. We saw that. Well, we haven't seen that pitch in a while. There it is, as soon as I said it. But she's been good at sprinkling that in. It really catches Seymour batter that's in the box off guard because you're not expecting it to go from 65, 70 miles per hour to
Correct.
50, 40 miles per hour. There.
Hard strikeout for strikeout number 9 for Van Alstyne gets Peyton McDaniel chasing a high fastball, Zach. That was thrown hard. So next up is the center fielder, Maggie Sudamick, who we saw in the first, I think it was the second inning, Zach. She had that throw out from center field, and Woodland really hasn't tested her since, we should say, but she hasn't had many balls hit to her.
Yeah, I mean, they need her and then Rauchi to get the bats going in this 2-3 spot right here. Kind of propel the offense a little bit here. Because if you look at it, I think you get the top of the order, probably the bottom of the seventh at this rate, the way Van Alstyne's been pitching.
Sudamac takes ball one. Sudamac, along with Rauchi, so next two batters here were all state last year, Zach, for Class M. I know when we look at all NVL, uh, you know, someone's name that I don't see on either the first or second team is Sudamac. Rauchi and Peyton McDaniel, first team for Seymour, and second team Mia Cunningham and Skylar Barton. So I don't know. I think I would want to put into the committee that selected that maybe Maggie Sudamek should have been overlooked. I'm not sure. Again, we haven't seen all their games, but the games we have seen, she's been one hell of a player, not only in the outfield but also at the plate. So Van Elstein throwing a lot of strikes here. Sudamak with 2 foul balls, so the count's 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Woodland up 5-1 here in the bottom of the fifth. Low for ball 2. So Sudamak would good at bat here, really patient at the plate, Zach.
Yeah, they need just to continue to work Van Alstyne a little bit, get her uncomfortable again. She's been in a rhythm for so long that it's just coming unconscious.
2-2, the count, 1 out. Hit off the edge of the bat to the gap. Left fielder able to get it down though. Great play by the left fielder there for Woodland. Emma DeGeorge. Nice grab as she was running, Zach. I thought that was going to drop, even though DeGeorge is kind of putting her hand on her chest. I think she thought she couldn't get to that, but hard hit by Sudamak. It looked like off the end of the bat, sounded like. So 2 outs here at the bottom of the fifth. Juliana Rauchi, super sophomore for Seymour here, all state last year, first team all NVL as well this year. So let's see if she can get Seymour going here. Hard hit first pitch over the backstop, hitting that car again. That's getting hit nonstop here for strike one.
Hopefully they got car insurance.
Hopefully they have a low deductible and glass coverage. Strike two by Van Alstyne. Raucci was late on that one, Zach.
Yeah,
That
that was
was
a
like a
nice
low
pitch.
fastball. Really impressed with Van Alstyne here. She has been hard strikes the whole game, and a little bit, like you said, a little bit of that changeup, which we'll probably see right now. But which I was asking Jay here from DBAT, it was like a knuckleball again. 3 pitches, 3 strikes. If that was a knuckleball, but he just said it was kind of a changeup that she was throwing, which she throws from time to time, which is kind of that off-speed pitch, which makes you really, I would imagine, as a batter, you've seen fastball, 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 and then you see this
Yeah, I mean, you're not
changeup.
ready for it. I mean, I feel like every time she's thrown it, it's either been a little high or we haven't seen anyone swing at it yet.
Hard strike again down the middle. Raucci able to foul that one off. The pitch counts 0 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Woodland up 5-1 here in the bottom of the fifth. Seymour, Juliana Raucci, all stater from last year, all first team NVL softball, trying to make something happen here for Seymour.
They need a momentum switch here. There it is.
There's that off speed. So ball one here. But again, just to Raucci here, I know in the last inning, when she was her last at bat, I think she took 9 strikes before striking out, but really worked the count here. Good eye there by Raucci. Ball two low. So 2-2 is the count. 2 outs. Bottom of the fifth inning here. Woodland up 5-1. Van Alstyne has been dominant, Zach, to say the least here, with 9 strikeouts and 1 walk.
Looking for her 10th. Oh,
Looks like foul ball off the catcher's head there, though.
they hit the ump in the face.
Yep, yeah, it looks like he is adjusting. So sophomore Juliana Raucci, again, we've seen this from both teams. Young players kind of working the count. Looks like we've got pitcher. It looks like there's the umpire's getting checked on by the coaches. I think he did get hit, Zach.
I don't know where he got hit, if it was the face or if it was like right below.
Yeah, looks like the both coaches are kind of checking in on the umpire, make sure he's okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say you probably don't want to lose another ump here.
Trainer looks like to be coming out. Uh-oh, let's see if he's concussed. Maybe they're gonna put him in the concussion protocol, Zach.
I don't know, but I do want to make a note that now the other umpires behind at first base after Grano had that close throw that Rowley beat
Well,
out.
there's no one on base, so what that umpire is supposed to do, I believe, is rotate it along the infield as the runners move. Which again, for a semifinal game, you would think there'd be two. Ball three. I thought that was a strike again, maybe. So full count here to Raucci. She's really worked again. Previous at bat, we said it was 9 pitches.
I think she worked the full count too in that at bat
Yeah.
as well.
I think Van Alstyne's thrown about 8 pitches here because we've had a lot of foul balls. Hit to the shortstop. Raucci out 3. Doesn't get there. Shortstop was able to get it over. So Seymour unable to get anything going in this inning, Zach. As we go to the top of the sixth here, Woodland 5, Seymour 1.
Time's starting to tick out. You got that little sand thing going down. The sand's coming down a little bit faster each inning. And as we hit the top of the sixth here, we have Caitlin Braun coming to lead off. She has 2 RBIs on the day for the Woodland offense, 2 of the 5. It looks like we got a little bit of a discussion between Marcinak and Chernak.
What's up? How are you? How was your season?
And Braun stepping into the box, and here waits the first pitch from Marcinak.
How was school?
Looks like that'll be ball 1, low and outside.
So what are you doing for the summer?
And that'll be ball 2 from Marcinak to Braun. That'll be ripped by Braun, and that'll be caught by Chernak for out 1. That's a good sign for Seymour to start off this inning. And now coming to bat, we have Kate Lasowski, the shortstop for Woodland. She's looking for her first hit of the day. And that'll be strike 1 from Marcinak to Lasowski. Sorry if I'm butchering that last name, but trying my best. That'll be low in the dirt for ball 1. Oh, maybe it's 2 balls. I thought it was a ball and a strike, but it looks like the scoreboard's showing 2 balls, no strikes. And that'll be ball 3 as Marcinak falls behind in the count, 3-0. Skowski will, that'll be a great play by Cunningham as she goes into the first base wall over there for the second out. And now coming up to bat, we have Lucia Rabano. 2 outs here for Seymour in the top of the 6th. Marcinak gets ready to deal. First pitch swinging by Rabano, and Cunningham will make a heck of a play there into the first base sign. She used the railing there, and that'll be a 1-2-3 inning for Seymour. I think one of the first 1-2-3 innings of the game for them, and they'll be looking to get the bats going in the bottom of the 6th, down 5-1 to Woodland, and they're kind of running out of time here as they need to chip into this 4-run deficit. But Van Alstyne has looked immaculate on the mound so far with 9 strikeouts, only 1 earned run, and 2 hits through 6 so far.
I'll see you. Good seeing you.
And coming to the plate for Seymour here in the bottom of the 6th is Mia Cunningham. Hopefully looking to get the bats going for Seymour here as they are close to running out of time here. Don't want to say they are, but they have 6 more outs to make something happen.
Yeah, so Zach, sorry about that delay. I was just catching up with Kylie Belinsky, who was previously Woodland's career hit leader, who's now playing Division One softball at URI. She's their starting catcher. Was the A10 Player of the Week for 1 week there for the Atlantic 10, the Roadies of Rhode Island. So yeah, Seymour gets out of that inning, or excuse me, Woodland. No, Seymour was able to get out of that inning, but now let's see if they can make something happen here.
Yeah, I was just talking about how I think that was their first 1-2-3 inning of the game. Or if they did, it hasn't been since the first or second inning. So that was good for them. I mean, they had some great defensive plays from Mia Cunningham. I don't know if you saw her going into the first base railing over there to make two catches. But let's see if she can take some of that momentum and put it into an at bat here.
Van Alstyne, it's a first ball. That looked like a strike from here, but again, from our angle, it's hard to see. But 1 ball, 2 strikes to Cunningham, the freshman. Van Alstyne, that was Zach, strikes, right? We've seen strikes, strikes. Nothing has changed. Hard pitch. Looks like ball 2. That looked like a
As
strike
soon
from
as you
where we
said,
are.
as soon as you said strike, strike, she's thrown two balls.
Yeah, but the first was the changeup, and then that last one was a hard ball, high. Looked like maybe it was a little high. So Woodland up 5-1 here in the bottom of the sixth. Van Elstein wheels. Cunningham again, Zach. Whoever is parked behind, that's a bad spot to park because we probably have seen probably 30 foul balls go over the backstop. Um, Van Elstein now 2-2, no outs here to Cunningham.
Oh,
Oh, changeup hit hard into the gap between center and right. Cunningham with a stand-up double.
that's what they needed there. I was gonna say it's about time someone gets on that changeup. It comes in, I think, the easiest pitch to hit based on what we've seen Van Alstyne throw all game. But there you go. There's the bats a little bit going. No outs.
So
Got
Zach, that is the fifth hit by Seymour, which has been scattered over 6 innings here. I mean, they really haven't had many base runners on. I mean, I know Van Alstyne had a walk, 1 walk to her 9 strikeouts here. She's pitched a hell of a game, but Cunningham leads off this bottom of the sixth with a stand-up double.
and it was just a great at bat by Cunningham, and she waited and then drove the ball. I mean, it looked like she was a little bit early on it, but she still got a double. Seymour, I don't know if they had a hit in since the fifth, but we have actually Kylie Testone up, who has 2 hits for Seymour. So this is the batter you want up right now, as she's had the hot bat for the Wildcats.
Takes ball 2 low. So Testone really has been the one Seymour hitter that has kind of figured out Van Alstyne here. So let's see if she can extend that hit streak or if Woodland can get an out here. So bottom of the fifth, runner on second, no outs. Ball to the shortstop. Cunningham moves to third. So the runner will advance, but Testone is out at first for the first out. Next up for Seymour, Sophia Hines here.
It would be huge for Seymour right now. A home run here. Get 2 back, 5-3, going into the top of the seventh. Maybe get a couple more.
I think the focus here for Seymour, and I'm sure Coach Pereira's right now, is just to get a run, right? You got a runner on third, you got 1 out. You just got to get runs one at a time. I don't think you can think like that, Zach.
It would be cool though.
Wow. Rowley with a stand-up throw down to the third base line. Thurston grabs it, puts Cunningham back with a sliding dive to try to not get out. I didn't expect that from Rowley. She got up quick and threw that ball fast down to Thurston down the third base line. First strike here for Sophia Hines. 1-1's the count, 1 out, runner on third. Seymour down, 4 runs. Woodland with a 5-1 lead here, bottom of the sixth. Wheels, the ball gets behind Rowley. She's right there, though. I think Cunningham thought about it there for a second. So, Zach, Seymour's, Woodland's got 5 outs here to end the game. So, not a lot of time here for Seymour. The lights have been turned on for the next game.
Probably for the ceremony too as well.
Correct. So, strike 2 there on Hines. 2-2's the count. Van Alstyne again, hard strikes down the middle.
She's looking for that elusive 10 strikeout right now. So
Strike three, strikeout number 10 for Van Alstyne. So 2 outs, runner on third, Taylor Dorado, who has the lone Seymour RBI here. Let's see if she can make that two here for Seymour. Also has a hit. High ball one. 2 outs, runner on third, Cunningham, who led off the inning with a stand up double, advanced on the play to first, and hard hit by Garano, but fouled back. 1-1's the count, 2 outs. Seymour up, excuse me, Seymour down 4 runs here. Woodland with a 5-1 lead, bottom of the sixth. Hard hit to the pitcher. Looks like easy out for Van Alstyne. Gets out of the inning after that stand-up double. So Seymour down to they got to hold him here at the top of the seventh, but not a lot of time left for Seymour here.
now down to their final 3 outs.
And Seymour will have their 8, 9, and 1 hitter coming up, which, Ava Chernak does have a hit, and that's it, Zach. So as we go to this top of the seventh, a great game by Ella Van Alstyne, who right now 10 strikeouts, 1 walk, 1 run. She also has helped herself at the plate with 2 hits. I know that the offense has really been fueled by Julia Rowley with 2 RBIs and 3 hits, but Van Alstyne's pitched one hell of a game, Zach, here for Woodland.
She has. I mean, I'm wondering if, maybe you consider, I don't know who they have to pinch hit on the bench, but maybe
For Seymour.
you got to look to get something going. I'm trying to look through what we have for max preps right now, but I don't know. It'll be
So
hard.
Cassidy Marcizinek comes out again to try to let's see if she can get a 1-2-3 inning again here for Seymour. So for Woodland, we'll see their 7, 8, and 9 hitters. Ayla DiCrescenzo, who reached on an error the last time she was up. Paige Criamonte, and then Emma DeGeorge, who started that rally in the top of the fourth with that triple. So let's see if Woodland can add to their lead or if Seymour can shut them down here.
If you're Seymour, you need to shut him down here.
Yeah, you got it. You can't afford Woodland to get any more runs.
Four is difficult enough. You don't want to make it harder on yourselves.
So following this game, they will have the first team and second team all NVL. We will also have our DBAT player of the game for game one. Announce that. Don't know if we'll get the player here to talk, but hopefully we can get a picture with the player. Thank you to DBAT for their sponsorship and partnership here for this spring season here and Project Purple Sports, sponsoring our player of the games for both baseball and softball. DiCrescenzo takes ball one low. Looked like she was going to bunt, excuse me.
I think it's Chloe Cervone.
I believe they said it was Ayla DiCrescenzo, Zach. So, yeah, you're right. Chloe Cervone, yeah. So I guess that was a change maybe that they were announcing. I thought they said Ayla DiCrescenzo, but so Chloe Cervone here to lead off. She takes 1-1. And it looks like up to bat next, we might have another substitution by Woodland. Bunt by Cervone. She's got some wheels, but that's out number 1 for Seymour. Next up to bat here, looks like it's going to be Gabby Capabianco for Woodland, Zach. And
Yeah.
looks like then we'll see Emma DeGeorge.
I also could have sworn I just saw Kylie Testone in the dugout for Seymour. Don't quote me on that, but that brings the question of who would be behind the plate for Seymour.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We may have had some substitutions here, so apologize if we don't have this 100% accurate. We don't really get information right away, but you might be right, Zach, because that does not look like Kylie Testone behind the plate.
Give me 2 seconds, I'll figure out.
So Gabby Capabianco swings a strike one. Ball one, 1-1 to Capabianco. One out here, top of the seventh. Woodland 5, Seymour 1. Hard swing 2. Zach, that might be Jenna Smith. It looks like an 8 on the back of her jersey. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Capabianco. That looked like a strike from here, but that looks like 2 balls, 2 strikes to Capabianco. So we're trying to figure out here who is behind the plate. Testone might be out, but 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Foul ball to the right side.
Oh, in the Woodland dugout.
So Zach, that is Gianna Marcinek behind the plate actually. So kind of interesting. We have Gianna catching for her sister Cassidy. So I wonder if that was done by design. Uh,
Well,
Gianna the senior.
yeah, I was gonna say.
We got RoboCop back. You got a little. You got a little. We've had some technical issues here, so apologize for that. So you got sisters pitching to each other, pitching and catching. So Gianna Marcinek, uh, Jana. Jana. Sorry about that last. There to Capabianco. So runner on first for Woodland. Looks like Emma DeGeorge here, who, as we said, started that rally in the 4th inning with that triple. As the sun starts to go down, Zach, it's started to cool off. We had some wind to start the game. We haven't had the wind. The lights are on. The sun's starting to set. Our next game was to begin at 7 o'clock, but we're at 7 o'clock as we speak. So some announcements over the PA. Not sure if that was a pinch runner or what may happen here.
I think that was Gabby.
Gabby Capabianco was the pitch hitter, but Emma DeGeorge is up here. As we said, started that rally in the 4th with the triple. So Marcinek pitching to Marcinek catching, sisters here, I believe. Hard swing, strike one by DeGeorge.
Oh, I think they just pinched ran Paige Kira. I can't. You're gonna have to say the last name.
Gabby
No, I think they just
Capabianco.
pinched ran Paige Kiramonte for her.
Oh, okay.
I think that's number 3 over there on first.
That's right. So number 3. So Paige Caramonte now was the pinch runner for Gabby Capabianco, who got on base with a walk. Fly ball to the right fielder. She grabs it for out number 2. So DeGeorge. So kind of interesting here. DeGeorge has hit to the right field
Every time.
every time. That triple was to the right fielder. So up next for Woodland is going to be the top of the order, Julia Rowley, with 3 hits and 2 RBIs with 2 outs with the runner on first. Sophia Hines with that put out in right.
Oh boy.
Hard hit to the shortstop. She
Great
goes to
play.
first. So great play by the shortstop. Taylor Garano gets the out to first to Cunningham. So Seymour's down to their last 3 outs here. Let's see if Woodland can hold them, where Seymour bats can wake up and we can see a rally here in the bottom of the 7th, Zach.
Yeah, it's all or now if you're Seymour. Gotta leave everything out there.
So I guess we will have a little bit of a delay between games. Our second game was supposed to start at 7. It is 7 o'clock right now, so I believe in between games there is a break. And then they're also going to do first team and second team all NVL. We have a lot of kids here from other schools that are not in the tournament currently, but that have made all NVL. So we'll have a break. We will be streaming the second one between the number 1 seed Watertown and number 4 seed Naugatuck. We've seen Naugatuck play Zach. We haven't seen Watertown. Watertown, coming into this game, is the top seed in Class M. So they're one of the top teams in the state. They're actually ranked number 10 in the state. Zach, there's a little bit of discussion over by the Woodland dugout. I don't know. And now here comes, Seymour coach is just going to first base. I don't know if the umpire's still experiencing, maybe they're just checking in on him or there was a
I think
substitution.
they're checking for spider tack or something like that, sticky stuff.
Yeah. We've got the Woodland players huddling in the outfield. Looks like their same starting defense here. I know we've seen some substitutions in the batting order. So up to bat for Seymour will be the 8, 9, and 1 hitter. So Jana Marciniak, Ava Chernak, and Peyton McDaniel, assuming that there aren't any substitutions or pinch hitters here. So Woodland holding to a 5-1 lead here. Bottom of the seventh. Van Alstyne on the mound. She's been great. Hard first pitch, strike one. Ella with 10 strikeouts and 1 walk has also helped herself at the plate with 2 hits.
Only one earned run allowed.
Off speed. That's going to be ball one. Again, Zach, kind of weird when we see that come because we've seen a lot of hard pitches down the middle from Van Alstyne. She's been throwing the ball really well today, as the statistics show. Hard strike two.
They're actually, this is Watertown walking by our broadcast booth right now. They're getting ready to get into the dugouts.
Number 1 seed here in the NVL, number 10 in the state, number 1 in Class M.
Hopefully they drop those lineup cards off soon so I
Yeah.
can start getting that prepared for the next game.
Hard strikeout number 11 for Van Alstyne. Jana Marcinick goes out swinging on
Yeah.
4 pitches.
If you look up, if you're at home and you have a dictionary or a thesaurus, look up the word dominant. And there's a picture of Ella Van. I can't even pronounce her last name right now. Ella Van Alstyne next
Correct.
to the word dominant. That's what she's
So
brought today.
her off-speed pitch here, first pitch strike on Ava Chernak here. Seymour down to 2 outs here. Hit off the front of the bat to George, easy out with 3 pitches. So Seymour down to their last batter here, Peyton McDaniel. First team all NVL for Seymour. Let's see if she can help Seymour get a rally here. Down to their last out here. Woodland just got to put it away to advance to Wednesday night's finals. Van Alstyne is dialed in, Zach. Second off-speed first pitch strike here for Van Alstyne. Hard strike two. Van Alstyne with the count. Let's see what she throws here, Zach. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Up by 4. Bottom of the seventh. Last out needed here for Woodland. Hit to the center fielder, and that's going to be out number 3. Woodland will advance 5-1 over Seymour. So 3 beats to 2. Zach, player of the game here, it's got to be our pitcher, Ella Van Alstyne, with 11 strikeouts, 1 walk, 2 hits.
Yeah, I mean, I just pure dominance. There's no other words to.
So we're going to try to get our player of the game over. I know we do have the second game coming between Watertown and Naugatuck, but congratulations, your Woodland Hawks, the winners, 5-1. Ella Van Alstyne is our DBAT player of the game. Uh, we are going to be coming with the all NVL first team and second team. We are going to be taking a little bit of a break. We'll try to get a picture with Ella, get her over here. But also, we will be back to you as the game begins between number one Watertown and number four Naugatuck. Great season. Seymour still plays. They will now head to the Class M state playoffs. The bracket hasn't been issued yet, but they are officially the number three seed in Class M. So they will advance to the Class M state championship as the number three seed, and that bracket will be issued later this week. But great season by Seymour here in the NVLs. So hats off to them. They just couldn't get the bats going today, Zach.
No, they couldn't. And in part to the pitcher, Elevan Alcine, who was just completely
Lights
dominant
out.
from the start.
Lights out. Thank you for tuning into the first game, and stay tuned for game number two here at Seymour High School between Watertown and Naugatuck, the one versus the four seed. So here we are at Project Purple Sports, streaming game two of the NVL softball tournament at Seymour High School versus the number one seed Watertown versus the number four seed Naugatuck High School. So as we wait for the field to be prepared and for the teams to warm up, that first game went a little bit late. So this is why this game was supposed to start at 7, but it looks like we're going to be closer to 7:45. The lights are on already here at Seymour High School. Some of the crowd has dissipated, but new crowd has kind of filtered in here for fans for both Watertown and Naugatuck. So we just had our all NVL first team. Nadia Androsky with Watertown, Juliana Rauchi, Seymour, Aaron Bomberry, who was named MVP for Naugatuck, Leah Chatfield for Naugatuck, Sophia Angelini with Watertown, Julia Raleigh Woodland, Ella Van Alstein from Woodland, who was our DBAT player of the game from game one, with a 5-1 win and a hell of a game pitched in that first semifinal. Sienna Lucas for Oxford, Sam Lawton for Holy Cross, Peyton McDaniel for Seymour, Taylor Williams from St. Paul, Madison DeSambri from Oxford, Juliana Boulogne from Wolcott, Trinity Sanchez for WCA, and Brianna Thurston for Woodland. Your all first team, all NVL softball. Second team, all NVL, starting with Isabella McCulloch from St. Paul, Haley DeBona, Holy Cross, Julia Campbell, Watertown, Mia Cunningham, Seymour, Skylar Barton, Seymour, Lauren Kozlak, St. Paul, Shay Webb for Oxford, Kaylee DiMartino for Derby, Leah Bolin for Torrington, Avery Malenfant for Wolcott, Sophia Onofrio for Naugatuck, Juliana McClary, Holy Cross, Sophia Pergolo, Torrington, Jaden Garrido, Ansonia, Catherine Umlin, Naugatuck, Alyssa Bracken, Kennedy, Ariana Rodriguez for Crosby, Gabby Delaney, Watertown, Alexa Connor, Watertown, Jasmine Boga, Wilby, and Sadie Grzgaski for Holy Cross. So that's your second team all NVL. Woodland has punched their ticket to Wednesday's championship at Naugatuck High School. Our next semifinal will determine who the Hawks from Woodland High School take on Wednesday night's NVL championship. We've got the number one seed Watertown High School versus the number four seed Naugatuck High School. Coming to you shortly here at Project Purple Sports. Project Purple is a Seymour, Connecticut based charity. Our mission is a world without pancreatic cancer. We do that by supporting patients going through their journeys and also funding critical research towards a cure and early detection of pancreatic cancer. To learn more, visit our website at projectpurple.org. We'll be back to you as this game gets closer. Both teams are warming up here on the infield and outfield. We hope to be starting here shortly, excuse me, within the next 10 minutes of the game, and hope to be streaming live here from Seymour High School, semifinal number 2 versus Watertown, taking on Naugatuck High School. All right, so we are moments away from our second semifinal here at Seymour High School. Watertown High School taking on Naugatuck High School, the 1 versus the 4 seed. Our lineup for Naugatuck High School, first batter will be Sophia Onofrio, followed by Leah Chatfield. Excuse me. Aaron Bomberry will bat third. Catherine Umland, will bat fourth. Phoebe Jagello fifth. Bethany Griffith Carroll will be sixth. Gianna Bush seventh. Liana Diaz eighth. Melanie De Jesus nine. And Lumare Martinez is our flex. So up first for Naugatuck will be Sophia Onofrio. A couple notes here. Watertown comes in as the number 1 seed. On the mound for Watertown will be their ace and one of their all-state players. They have 2 all-state players, Sophia Angelini and Nadia Androsky. So first ball here is a ball. Onofrio takes ball 2 here. Nadia Androsky, the ace for Watertown. Hit through the gap. Sophia Onofrio get on base here. First batter. Next up, the pitcher for Naugatuck, Leah Chatfield. Starting here at 8:05, Chatfield with a big swing. Androsky gets strike 1 on Chatfield. Runner on first, no outs here. Top of the first. Naugatuck, your visitors at the number 4 seed. Onofrio looked like she was going to steal. She did not, though. 1 ball, 1 strike to Leah Chatfield. Strike 2 fouled. So Watertown comes in their last 10 as 9-1. They lost 1 game to Oxford on 5-1, 5-2. They beat Wolcott 2-1 on Saturday in their quarterfinal game to get here to the semis. Foul ball again by Chatfield. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Naugatuck comes in their last 10, 6-4. Though their last 3 regular season games, they were 1-2. They beat Seymour, lost to Woodland and Watertown in their last game 3-2. So this is a rematch of the last game of the season where Watertown came out victorious 3-2. They beat Holy Cross 5-2 in the quarterfinal on Saturday to make it to the semis. Foul ball just over our heads. Counts 2 strikes, 2 balls, 2 strikes to Chatfield. Onofrio on first base. I'll be joined here in a minute by Zach Gerstner, who sounds a little like RoboCop. Sorry for the audio. We've had some technical issues here on audio with Zach's microphone. It's been Zach the whole day, so that's actually a good sign. There we go. We're good.
Yeah, well, it always happens with my microphone. But normally I can hear it coming through my headset, so I can stop it. But for some reason, it's coming through yours this time.
So Androsky with a strikeout here for Watertown. So Zach, we kind of set the field here, the lineup for Naugatuck. Up here now next, number 3 hitter for Naugatuck, Erin Bomberry, who is, as the name says, hit some bombs. She was the MVP for the Naugatuck Valley softball this year. 1 game we've seen her, so 1 ball, 1 strike. She hit 2 bombs here at Seymour, against Seymour a couple of weeks back, a game that we aired originally. And Naugatuck's win gave their coach their 300th win, actually. Bomberry takes strike 2 wicked, so 1 ball, 2 strikes to Bomberry. Couple notes on Naugatuck. Leah Chatfield is 22-23, all-state player, double L. They are actually the 15th seed for Class Double L states. Watertown, the number 1 seed for Class M. So Drosky gets Chatfield. Wow, Bomberry, excuse me.
I haven't,
Strikeout number 2.
I haven't seen that.
Swinging hard. So Zach here, Naugatuck was able to get their leadoff hitter, Sophia Nofrio, on first with a line drive down the line between the second and shortstop, but 2 strikeouts here for Androsky.
Yeah, I remember in the Seymour game against Naugatuck, it was the top 4, maybe 5 batters that did all the damage for Naugatuck. It's like strike 2 right there. Sorry, where is my...
1 ball, 1 strike.
Oh,
Hit
that's coming right at
again
us.
towards us. Foul ball again. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Drosky seems to have the advantage here. The sun has set here at Seymour High School. The lights are on, but we're kind of in between. It's not really super dark yet. There's still, I guess the sun is setting. You can't really see the sun, but still light enough outside here. But the lights definitely a plus here at Seymour High School. This game will be played at nighttime, and we just started here just around 8 o'clock.
Oh, that was a nice pitch.
So ball 2 here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on first. Sophia Nofrio, who was on leadoff, but Androsky has struck out the last 2 batters here for Naugatuck.
Another
Will
one.
strike. So Zach, 3 strikeouts for Nadia Androsky, Watertown's ace pitcher. So talk a little bit about, I know we opened up this game talking about their last 10, but Watertown, I know we usually give the outscored the opponents what the difference has been. Over the last 10, Watertown has outscored opponents 104-15. Naugatuck, during that same time frame, they've gone 6-4, 84-26, but they've had 4 shutout wins out of those 6 wins. So Naugatuck comes in here as the number 4 seed. They beat a talented home lacrosse team. We saw them 2 weeks ago beat Seymour here at home 6-5. That was their 300th win, actually. They've got an all-state player in Leah Chatfield, their ace, who's on the mound. They are the 15th seed in Class Double L. But let's see here if Watertown can take advantage here. Bottom of the first. I know they've got a potent offense in terms of who they bring up. So we're just going to give you guys the defensive lineup. Defensive lineup for Naugatuck. So at catcher, Melanie DeJesus. At first, Catherine Umland. Second, Sophia Nofrio. Shortstop, Aaron Bomberry. Third is Phoebe Jagiello. Pitching is Leah Chatfield. Right field is Bethany Griffith Carroll. Lana Diaz in center, and Lumari Martinez. Our batting lineup for Watertown is Julia Campbell leading off. Alexa, sorry, I lost the here. Uh, are we back with audio? Yes, we're. That first Cooper, I believe, is our second batter here for Watertown. I know. What was that? Just unplug and replug. We still have sound. We are frozen. I'm sorry about that. We have some technical difficulties here with our feed on the camera. Ball's hit back to the pitcher. Chatfield went out. 2 outs here. First two batters for Watertown go out. We're having technical difficulties with our video, but I believe our audio is still piping through. So third batter up here for Watertown. We will get the lineup to you. Hard strike one from Chatfield. We're waiting for our video to come back up. Again, we're dealing with the elements outside. Ball one, Chatfield, 1-1 in the count here for Watertown, their number 3 hitter.
Yeah, it's not the stream, it's just the video.
Strike two. So Chatfield ahead in the count here. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the 3 hitter for Watertown. We're still waiting on our video feed here, so just bear with us here as we go through the audio versus video feed here. Chatfield wheels. Pop up to the third baseman. 1-2-3 inning here for Naugatuck as they get out of the inning with
Yeah, it's gonna have
a
to.
couple of outs here. So Watertown, first 3 batters go down in order. So we're going to work here and try to get this solved. Top of the second here, game still 0-0. Naugatuck up to bat. So bear with us as we get through this video issue that we're having with our camera. So apologize. So we're still experiencing some video issues, but our audio, from what we understand, is still live. So Watertown will be facing Naugatuck here at the top of the second inning. We're working through our video issues here as we get through here. So the number 5 hitter, Phoebe Giangallo, will be coming up, and it looks like we got our video back. Yeah, we're back on video. So thank you, Zach. Technical extraordinaire here. Fouled off by Jagello into the parking lot, Zach. That's a familiar area. Looks like we are glitching here a little bit, so we apologize for the technical issues here. High fly ball, and that's caught by the catcher. So Nadia introduced 3 pitches there, Zach, to get Jagallo out. Next for Naugatuck is Bethany Griffin, 6 hitter for Naugatuck. Hit past the third base. The shortstop grabs it. She's not going to make a play. So Zach, is that an error? Would we say or no?
I don't think it would be an error. It was they'll probably score that. Well, in the pros, they would score that as a infield hit because it looked like it was in between. Maybe it was off. I can see if it was off the third baseman's glove. I got this pole in front of me. But if it hit her glove, then it would be an error. If not, then they would score that as an infield hit for Griffin Carroll.
Gianna Bush, our 7 hitter, trying to lay down a bunt here. So she shows bunt again. Bunt goes out for strike number 2. So Nadia Androsky there. No balls, 2 strikes to Gianna Bush, the 7 hitter for Kentucky.
Looking for her 4th strikeout of the game. Be very impressive this early. For those who were with us for the first game, we saw an absolute pitching gem by Woodland's pitcher, Ella Van. I, I always butcher the last name.
Another high fly ball to the catcher. Oh, Androsky will get it. So 2 outs here. Two high fly balls, pop ups by Naugatuck pitcher Zach. So I guess you would say they're making contact, but just we're just not seeing the ball leave the infield.
Yeah, we're not. I'm sure maybe we will, but as you mentioned, Androwski is a very good pitcher, and she is one of the All NVL players this year.
First team All NVL, I believe, is going to Delphi, from what I understand, on a softball scholarship. So strike two there to Diaz. Trying to make something happen here. The number 8 hitter for Naugatuck, runner on first. Reached on a I guess a long single, infield single again. Diaz, that area, there's no cars there right now, but that was the hot spot in the first game over the backstop. So we got started late here. Our start time was supposed to be 7. It didn't start till 8. We are about an hour delayed. Ooh. Diaz thought about that one. High fastball. But first game, we saw a hell of a pitching performance by Ella Van Alstyne. And Androsky here has come up big with another strikeout here. Zach. 4 strikeouts in 2 innings here for Androsky. One runner reaches on a long single to the third baseman. So pair, Watertown, trying to make something happen, but Leah Bradbury had very little difficulty. Leah Chatfield, very little difficulty in that first inning with the Watertown 1-2-3.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at her numbers right now. She's pitched all innings except for Naugatuck, and she has 183 strikeouts on the year. I don't know if that's correct, but that is an absurd number. 183 only allows about 2 runs a game.
Yeah, as we said, Naugatuck out of their 6 games that they've had here in the last 10 that were wins, those games were 4 of those 6 were shutouts. So Chad Wheel, she's got a good ERA, right? Because it seems like a lot of the games are very low. Couple games though, I mean, they lost to Woodland 17-0 recently, and they Watertown they lost to just last week. Both of those games were home, but the Watertown game was 3-2.
You
So
know, the most impressive thing is 183 strikeouts because you could pitch 120 innings and then giving up hits, but 183 strikeouts out of 528 batters faced. That's I don't know off the top of my head, but that's 1/5 of the batters, which is 20% strikeout rate, something like that.
yeah. So Androsky with the bat here, she'll face pitcher to pitcher, dribbler to the third base, easy out. So Androsky goes down. She was the 4 hitter for Watertown. Next up for Watertown, number 23, Gabrielle Delaney, the 5 hitter. It looks like in the spot here. So Chatfield has not had the dominance that Androsky has had in terms of strikeouts, but clearly been able to get out of the inning previous, and so far the first 2 batters. I mean, she's thrown 4 pitches and gotten 2 outs.
Yeah, I mean it's impressive, and it looks like we may be in line for a bit of a pitcher's duel this game.
Yeah. So we might have a little bit of glitching here with our video, which we apologize for. Again, the elements here, but our audio works. We're good. So strike one by Chatfield to number 14 here, the 6 hitter, Caitlin Gabriel, who's actually a freshman. So freshman going up against All-State senior pitcher here, takes ball one. So 1-1 is the count. 2 outs here. Bottom of the second. Tie. I was gonna say tie score, but 0-0, which I guess they are tied.
Yeah, they are. Oh,
Shows bunt, gets by the catcher there. So 2 balls, 1 strike to freshman Kate Gabriel. Looks like ball 3 there, Zach. So 3 balls, 1 strike to Kate Gabriel here, freshman.
Yeah, it's a little slow so far action wise, but it's been if you like pitching, this is a game for you. There's
So
actually Chatfield gives up a walk there.
yeah, which is cool. I mean, I know we again we've seen her against Seymour, but she Gabriel gets the walk there for Noggy. That's the first walk by Chatfield. Next up for Watertown, number 11. Zach, I don't have a
Oh,
roster.
that's Chandler Hancock, the center fielder for
He's a
Watertown.
junior, so junior. So we go freshman, junior. Well, it's actually senior, freshman, junior here for Watertown. Low in
Oh,
the dirt. Catcher throws it back to uh, first base on her knees. Great play by the catcher there for Naugatuck. Chatfield wheels high. Again, catcher throws to first. Catcher's got an arm on her. I don't
yeah.
know. They're trying to keep that run. I mean, strategy here for Naugatuck. I mean, you got to run on first. I mean, I guess you want to try to make sure that runner stays on first base. You got 2 outs.
Yeah, we also got to be a little bit careful because if you keep throwing it by, it gets past the first baseman,
Correct.
advances the runner, and we've only seen in I think 4 or 5 games we've done only 2 stolen bases. We had one in the game earlier, but not many stolen bases.
No. Chatfield wheels 3 balls, 1 strike. That's strike 2. Little bit of a delayed call by the umpire, Zach. I was talking to the umpire between the games, and I think he was. Both umpires were like, I was like, "Is the game going to start soon?" And they're like, "Oh, we'll see." Wow, ball 4 there. So Chatfield throwing a handful of pitches here. I know we've seen her against Seymour. She really threw a lot in that game as well. So probably not a uncommon to see some of
No.
these pitchers throw a lot of pitches.
I mean, I was gonna say she's thrown 121 innings out of 125 for Naugatuck, so she's got to be throwing tons of pitches. Which the only thing you question is I don't know when their last game was, how many pitches she's throwing, how fresh she is, especially at this point in the season too.
Yeah.
You know, because they're getting ready for states as well after this. They want to win the NVLs, but it'd also be nice to win states and prove you're the best team in your division in Connecticut, and you're gonna need Chatfield to be fresh.
So Chatfield goes 2 strikes here on number 7. So it looks like we might have a glitch here with the video again. So first ball here for Chatfield. 1 ball, 2 strikes to another freshman, Madeline Burton. Apologize if I butchered that last name, but she gets a piece of it to first base. That'll be it for Watertown. So Watertown able to get 2 runners on base, but one on a hit and then another on a walk. But Chatfield able to get out of the inning with another putout. So we've having some video issues here. So apologize again. We've got another freeze here on the screen. So we're gonna keep talking to you here in between games, or in between innings, I should say. So Project Purple is a nonprofit organization based in Seymour, Connecticut. Our mission is a world of pancreatic cancer. We do that by supporting patients as they go through the journey of pancreatic cancer and also funding clinical research towards a cure or early detection tool. To learn more about Project Purple, visit our website at projectpurple.org and make sure to follow us on social media, potentially wherever you are on social media. We're on every place on TikTok, on Twitter, I should say X, Facebook, Instagram, and also YouTube, where you're hopefully watching this. So make sure to subscribe for all things high school sports in terms of what we do here at Project Purple. We've had an exciting year of supporting Seymour Sports in our endeavor in terms of what we've done here and in supporting high school athletics in the Naugatuck Valley. We started with basketball in the wintertime, and then we advanced to having streamed baseball and now softball. I'm super excited to be able to be here today for the NVL semifinals at Seymour High School. So we're gonna try to work this video issue out. I'm gonna stay here. So Androsky gets strike one on number 14, Melanie DeJesus here, the first batter up at the top of the third. Second pitch is a ball, so one ball, one strike. Androsky wheels. Looks like that's going to be ball two. So 2-1 to Melanie DeJesus, the number 9 hitter here for Naugatuck. So Androsky wheels. Strike two. DeJesus swinging hard at that pitch. So count is 2-2, no outs, 0-0, top of the third. A lot different than what we saw in that first game. Foul ball over the dugout, just hits the top of the Naugatuck dugout on the first base side. So uh, count is still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nadia Androsky wheeling to Naugatuck again. Foul ball again to Melanie DeJesus. We become pros at these technical issues, so we just keep talking through them. Looks like we're back up live with video here. So Nadia Androsky wheels. Looks like that was strike 3. So Zach, another strikeout here for Androsky.
Was that her 4th or 5th one?
That is her 5th strikeout. Oof.
3 innings in, too.
3 innings in, and you sound like RoboCop once again, Zach. So we are once again having issues here, and I don't know if the weather. It has gotten cooler here. We had a wonderful start. First pitch to the Naugatuck batter. There we go, Zach. So we're back with the top of the order. Sophia Onofrio had the lone hit so far for Naugatuck. 2 balls, no strikes here. Nadia Andrusky with 5 strikeouts here, Zach, in 3 innings.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I remember in that Seymour game, Sophie Onofrio always got on base. It was her starting it off, and then it was I don't remember who was batting second for them, but then set up Aaron Bombery for 2 3-run home runs, 6 RBIs, and that was all that was needed to defeat Seymour that day.
So Sophia Onofrio on the note gets the walk. So
Oh, and it's Leah
Naugatuck.
Chatfield who follows her.
So Onofrio, Chatfield, Bomberry here. 1 out though for Watertown here. First strike for Androsky to Chatfield. Excuse me, that was a ball. So first pitch was a ball. I thought the ump put a strike up, but he seemed like a good guy, so I'm not gonna get on him early. So foul ball by Chatfield. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner on first.
I'm looking at Chatfield's numbers right now for hitting wise. We know how good of a pitcher she is, but she's hitting .462 and has 30 hits on the season, 25 RBIs. She's
Zach, all-state player from last year. Clearly their number 2 hitter. She's probably, Bomberry is the MVP of the league, probably by her pure dominance. I know the one game we saw, she dominated that game. So, I mean, Chatfield gets it off the edge of the bat. Shortstop bobbles it. Looks like it's going to be safe. Chatfield legs it out to get the hit. So, Zach, here we are. Let's see what happens here. So, Chatfield with a hit. So, let's see how Watertown plays this. I mean, Androsky's been like 5 strikeouts in 3 innings here. Do you pitch to Bomberry or do you walk her? I mean, you walk her, you got bases loaded with,
I
and
mean, look
as
at
we
the
the
outfield.
outfield goes back to the fence here at Seymour, and we've seen Bomberry hit 2 bombs.
Oh,
Hard swing, late on that, but fouled up to the backstop. So Androsky here with the advantage here. No balls, 1 strike. Bomberry at the plate, the league's MVP. The one game we saw her play, she had 6 RBIs and 2 home runs. Another big cut. Little late though.
she's looking to dial in on this pitch. No, if I'm up, you're Androsky up 0-2. Try to get her to chase something. Don't give her. You don't need to attack her right away.
I saw the Naugatuck coach give her the go ahead to swing though, Zach. So that could be a little scary here.
Oh,
Gave her
I'd
the
be.
green light. I think Bomberry would have my green light as well, right?
Yeah.
So 1 ball, 2 strikes here. Androsky wheels low, fastball there. Bomberry late on that.
She's just missing it too. Like, and that one was a little bit more off, but the first two, she was right on top of it.
So count still 1 ball, 2 strikes. High. Good eye by Bomberry. 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. High ball almost got away from the catcher. So full count here. Great job by Bomberry. Really kind of working this count here for Naugatuck. Looks like we're going to have a conference here,
Oh my.
pitcher and catcher.
I'm looking
Zach's
at.
eating up the stats here.
Yeah, I'm looking at 'em. 38 RBIs, 10 home runs for Bomberry. She has a 1.28 sluggage percentage, and then a 1.9 OPS, which is absurdly good. I
Oh,
mean,
Zach, she's the MVP of the league. So high fly ball,
I
infielder. Let's see here. Shortstop has it, drops it. Could they get the play at third? Flip, misses it. Wow. What just happened there, Zach?
I don't know. It was so. I mean, I'll give him credit. It was so high up there. I lost it for a second.
So high. All right. So coach is coming out. I don't know what he's here to argue. We don't know the ruling here. I don't know if there's like a fielder's choice or something, or maybe he's saying that there was interference. Possibly. The Watertown coach is not happy with the umpire. And there's a conference
Oh,
here at
I
the
think maybe he was looking for the infield fly rule. I don't know if they do that in high school, but she was
yeah, someone from
in the outfield. So
the umpires in the stands here are calling for infield fly rule, I guess. So, but she was about 10 feet. She was almost, I wouldn't say parallel with us here, as we are about 20 feet in the outfield here on the third base line, but she was on the grass. Both umpires are just standing there. They're not making any eye contact with either coach, but the bases are loaded. So, Zach, that's an error on the shortstop, clearly. And then they tried to get Sophia and Offrio third, short, or umpiring from the stands here. So, I apologize for the noise. But she tried to flip the ball to her to try to get like a quick out and bobbled the flip. And so now Naugatuck, with 1 out, Zach, they've got their 4 hitter up, Catherine Umlin, with bases loaded. So let's see if Androsky can get out of this as we have more technical difficulties with Zach's microphone. Zach loves to have fancy microphones. So Androsky gets first pitch strike low to Umlin. Let's see. Bases are loaded. 1 strike for Androsky to Umland. Hard swing, strike 2. So Umland is ahead, and Androsky is ahead in the count here. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Bases loaded here for Naugatuck. Let's see if they can put a run on the board here. He will wind the pitch. Hard, strike 3. Wow, 6 strikeouts, Zach. Impressive by Nadia and Androsky here.
Yeah, I was about to say, was looking at Umbland's numbers. For a four hitter, she's only hitting 190 on the season.
Phoebe Joggello up next, the 5 hitter here for Naugatuck. I mean, we saw this in that Seymour game. Naugatuck is real heavy in that 1, 2, and 3 hitters. So, Naugatuck's got to try to make something happen here with their middle of their lineup. But Androsky coming back with a harsh strike to Joggello here. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Bases are loaded. Let's see how Androsky can get up. Strike 2. Ball was low in the ground, Zach.
That
That
was
was a bad pitch for Joggello to swing at.
yeah, but I think with just getting peltered down the zone with fastball, 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 you're expecting it.
Hard strike 3. Wow. So Androsky let up a hit, a walk, and then an error, and comes back and strikes out the next 2 batters. I mean, they had bases loaded with 1 out, and they are impressive, Zach. We've got quite the showing here with Androsky. We've had a great pitching duel in the first game. Now game 2, much of the same. So thank one of our sponsors here, sponsoring Player of the Game. Thank you to DBAT, your premier training facility in Connecticut with facility locations in Trumbull, Cheshire, and Bloomfield. Thank you to Jay, the general manager of Trumbull, who came by the first game to talk all about DBAT and all the services they provide, whether that's individual training or team training, whether you're thinking softball, baseball, soccer, lacrosse, football, they've got you covered at DBAT, Connecticut's premier training facility. So, Zach, exciting game here so far. I mean, 0-0. Androsky with 7 strikeouts in 3 innings.
Yeah, I mean, she's been unbelievable for Watertown, but if you're Naugatuck in that inning, you missed a chance to capitalize. Watertown is 18-2, and you're not going to get many better chances than bases loaded with 1 out.
So number 3 here for Watertown. Chatfield, though, Zach, has been well. She has pitched a great game so far. Been impressed with her poise. She really hasn't gotten into any issues on the mound. Number 3 here, senior Jemiah Brunetti here for Watertown, trying to get things started early here in the bottom of the third here for Watertown. Watertown hasn't really done much this game, Zach. They really haven't had anyone on base. I think they had one player on base. Fouled off by Brunetti. 1 ball, 2 strikes here in the bottom of the third. No outs. First batter here, Jemiah Brunetti. Chatfield wheels fouled over the dugout. So again, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I remember last time we were watching Naugatuck play Seymour, Chatfield looked like she was throwing harder and harder as the game went on.
Zach, Mr. Robato's back. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. The look on Zach Gerstner here, the sign of frustration of Mr. Robato microphone, Zach. I think you got to find a new microphone here, possibly. But so 2 balls, 2 strikes. Chatfield wheels to Brunetti. So full count here by Chatfield, but as Zach had mentioned before, of innings here. So Brunetti gets the walk. So second walk of the night given up by Leah Chatfield. Number 4 up here for Watertown up next. So Zach, I know we talked about this, but Julia Campbell, sophomore, up to bat for Watertown here. Chatfield we've seen pitch quite a bit through the season. So Zach's getting frustrated. Mr. Robato is back. So we're going to keep rolling this here. I'll be fine here as we go. So Campbell Campbell here pitching. I guess I'm Mr. Roboto. Uh, ball goes behind. Looks like he's yelling at Brunetti here. I guess that was a foul ball. So I don't know. Our audio is I Mr. Roboto?
Yeah.
Zach? I think I was Mr. Roboto, right? So I
Yeah, that was
apologize.
the first time. I'm wondering if like it's getting cooler here. It was so hot earlier. As that ball's hit right to Bombery, he'll make a great play at shortstop. If it's kind of messing with like, the various
Technology.
temperatures.
Yeah, yep, yep. We're not accustomed to being outside. We're usually inside with without the elements. It has cooled off quite considerably. There's a little bit of a dew. Next up for Watertown, Alexa Connor, another sophomore here. So Watertown, pretty young team here, Zach. One out for Chatfield, runner on first. Um, I've noticed something here with Naugatuck early that we did not see in the Seymour game, maybe. But the catcher has thrown to first um, quite a bit. Gets under it, ball goes, looks like it's going out of bounds. So that is foul ball number one here. 1-1 on the batter here. Alexa Connor, who is a sophomore. So Naugatuck has tried to keep these when Watertown has had runners on first. He really tried to keep that runner close to the base. Here we go again, down the line.
Oh,
But to your point, Zach, see now, if the Watertown player wasn't great defense there by the right fielder there for Naugatuck, but if the Watertown runner did not slide headfirst into first, she would have been on her way to second.
yeah. I mean, they almost if it was a little bit of a better throw. They might have had her at first right there.
So Chatfield, 2 walks so far, no strikeouts, but really has pitched a lot more than Androsky, but really has had her way with this Watertown lineup. Hasn't had a lot of difficulty other than the 2 runners that have reached first base. Nice hit by Watertown through the gap. Runner will stay at second. So runners now second and first for Watertown. Number 27, Sophia Angelini,
Yeah, I mean,
another first team all NVL player for Watertown and also all stater from last year, who my understanding is the catcher. So Watertown has catcher, pitcher, all state, all NVL, and their 2 best pitchers, or excuse me, 2 best players, and they bat back to back. So we'll see Androsky up next after Angelini.
yeah, I know. The hardest part right now is we saw it in the Seymour game as Chatfield started to go through the order a second, third time. Batters started to figure out it wasn't enough in the Seymour game as they came up a run short. But Watertown, it looks like they're starting to figure out her locations, where she's throwing pitches, what she's throwing, and they're getting that timing down, which is what we just saw with Alexa Connor
Correct.
ripping one into left field. And Chatfield's going to have a bit of work to do here with 2 NVL players coming up for Watertown.
Slice. That's been the first time the ball's gone that direction. Let's make sure it stays away from our cars here, Zach. Um, so the other thing that I think we've seen here early is Chatfield has thrown a lot of pitches. I mean, she's got out of a lot of jams, full counts.
Oh,
Angelini gets underneath it. Looks like that's going to
oh,
be
they're
a
going to run
play.
into each other.
Oh, the runner's tag. The ball just goes to the pitcher's mound, but a little bit almost miscommunication there with Naugatuck's at. We almost saw a drop ball there by the flex player Martinez.
Well,
Now,
saw a collision too.
yeah, yeah. So, and you know what, Zach? As we mentioned, it's gotten cooler. I don't know if there's dew on the ball, but the ball did seem like it was going to pop out of that glove. So next up for Watertown with 2 outs with runners on second and third, the pitcher, hard cut, Nadia Androsky. She's an all NVL, all state player last year, Zach. So let's see if Nadia can make something happen here and give Watertown a lead, or if Chatfield can get out of this inning unscathed in
You
terms of letting any runs in.
know what I'm wondering if, because her and Bomberry are both seniors, they came in together in high school, if they got a little bit of a rivalry going on because they've both been going back and forth between probably being top three, top five players in the NVL and in the state of Connecticut. You know, if that's gotta fuel anything to the fire.
Yeah, I think when we get into these, big cut there by Androsky. So it counts 2-2, two outs. Watertown threatening here. Runners on third and second. Chatfield wheeling though, Zach. Getting out of this inning. We'll see how this next couple pitches go. Hard swing by Androsky. Back behind the backstop. Count still 2-2. Zach, as we were saying though, this time of year, you've got high quality teams, high quality kids. We've got a couple D1 players here on the field tonight. So, what much of what we should expect. Softly hit to Bomberry, picks it up.
Wow.
Wow, great play by Bomberry. Picks it up with the bare hand, throws Androsky out at first. So Chatfield, I mean, that pitch I think was a little bit of a changeup, Zach. That wasn't a fastball. So she's kind of thrown in some mixed pitches here. I mean, she's not probably known for the fastball that we've seen with Van Alstyne, and also here early with Nadia Androsky with Watertown. But we see Chatfield kind of work around a lot, has a couple pitches, and was able to get Androsky to pop up there to the shortstop. But Bomberry able to bare hand grab that and throw her out at first with the runners on third and second.
Yeah, I mean, the most impressive part of that play is she knew she couldn't glove it, and then
Yeah,
she still managed to
yeah.
fire it and make a great throw.
And so Bomberry, from my understanding from our research, she's headed to Quinnipiac University, a school that you know well, Zach. Just recently getting your MBA from Quinnipiac, so she'll be a Bobcat alum at some point, hopefully, to go with your alumni there at Quinnipiac. So
We'll,
uh,
we'll, we'll see because if she continues to grow and evolve as a player, you may see her transfer. That's what we've had some. All right. I'm sorry.
we hate the transfer portal,
All right,
Zach.
I'm sorry, but I've seen it in my 4 years there. We had some good baseball and softball players that transferred to continue to play and try to take it to the next level. So
So Bob, Zach, I was going to say Bob. See, you got me off my game talking about transfer portal. So Watertown, just some other game notes here. So they have played Naugatuck twice. They're in the same division as them, so they get to play them twice this year, and they beat them 5-0 on April 19th, and then again just last week, 7 days ago, 3-2. So both games have been competitive. So much of what we've seen so far here, Androsky wheels for strike one here. Um, we've seen a lot of strikes by Androsky here early.
and back to your point of them playing twice. You know what we saw earlier. It's hard to beat a team 3 times in a season.
Correct. Correct. So could we see Naugatuck upset Watertown here? To your point, yes, it is very difficult to beat a team 3 times in one season. We haven't seen that often. The number 12 hitter gets by her. First two strikes, she's going to make it to first.
Oh,
So,
she just ran through the first baseman for Watertown.
yeah. So Bethany Griffith Carroll gets on Zach. So is that technically a strikeout with a runner going
I
to
think
first?
I don't remember what was
Well, we're
name.
going to credit Androsky with a strikeout there, but then it's
I think it is, but then we had not Jay, the other guy who was here, and he was talking
correct.
about. I think he said it wasn't a strikeout. I don't remember if it was that or if it was something different. But I always thought drop third strike. If you strike him out,
Yeah,
it's a strikeout. But then,
the runner makes it. So Gianna Bush here looking to bunt, trying to move the base runner along, but so that ball goes foul. So no balls, one strike, no outs here. Naugatuck's got a runner on first who reached on a pass ball strike three call. Androsky ahead in the count. Bunt sign again, strike two. So Bush here, two quick strikes 2 strikes by Androsky right down the middle. She hasn't thrown many balls here. Naugatuck coach puts his hands up. So next pitch is a ball. First ball here for Androsky. I think Naugatuck coach was like, that was the pitch. He just put his hands up and kind of shook his head, uh, trying to get that bunt to move the runner. Hard swing. Strikeout again for Androsky. That's strikeout number 9, Zach, through
In the
4
fourth
innings.
inning, yeah.
Crazy. 1 out, runner on first. Next up for Naugatuck, the 8-hitter, Liana Diaz. Let's see if Diaz can make something happen here with a runner on first. Takes a first strong cut late, though. Ball gets fouled over the Naugatuck dugout. We've seen a lot of balls go over the first base dugout in that first game and over the backstop directly back behind there.
It was a nice
Second
change up there.
second pitch, foul ball hits the backstop. So no balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here for Nadia Androsky. Seems to have command of her pitches and command of the game right now for Watertown. Hard swing by Diaz, but again fouled off behind the backstop for still keeps the count. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out.
See, I wish we had Watertown stats so we could see how many strikeouts
Yeah.
Androsky has on the
So
season.
Watertown does not feed into Max Preps. That's another strikeout by Androsky. There's 10th of the game, Zach. We're not even 4 innings through here, and she's got 10 strikeouts. I mean, Naugatuck has 2 hits. They had a couple of walks here. But next up for Naugatuck is Melanie DeJesus, the 9-hitter. But Androsky really has had control. Strike
Yeah.
1, DeJesus looking.
I mean, we thought Ella Van Alstine pitched a gem in that first game, but Androsky's
Androsky,
here to one her up.
if this continues this way and Watertown can find a way to put some runs on, DeJesus gets underneath it. That's caught by the center fielder. Great showing by Watertown defense here, coming up big here. But so Zach, if Watertown can find a way to get some runs here, I mean, we've got the potential on Wednesday. I know we're not going to be there streaming, but you might see the top 2 pitchers in the NVL this year, and Ella Van Elstein and Nadia Androsky. I know we're kind of putting the cart before the horse here because there's still a lot of baseball to play, and Naugatuck's pitched very well. Chatfield's pitched very well. But it'll be interesting to see how this game plays out. But we could see, the top 2 pitchers in the league facing off in the championship.
Well, I was gonna say, no matter which one of these teams win, you're gonna have a great pitching matchup between Leah Chatfield and Ella Van Alstine, or um, Dino just unplugged his mic real quick. Or,
Chatfield and Drosky, yeah. So I
yeah,
mean, I must say for the Naugatuck fans watching, Chatfield is one hell of a pitcher. I mean, she's all
yes.
state, and let's keep this in mind too, Zach. Here in the state of Connecticut, we go from SML double L. Naugatuck is a double L school, so they play in the largest division. So when you have all-state players that come from, you perceive that the larger schools are, they have just a bigger talent pool. No disrespect to any of the other schools, and we've seen, Seymour, Woodland, Watertown. I should say Watertown, Seymour, Woodland go 1, 2, 3 in Class M. So we haven't done a lot of softball this year. Class M is loaded. Naugatuck, is no slouch, as my point was here, in terms of what they have on the field as well. And they've got a great pitcher, and they've got a great 1-2 punch with Chatfield and Bomberry. Hard hit to the first baseman. First pitch swing. That was Gabrielle Delaney Jr.
You know what I will say though, between
Mr. Robato's back, I believe, Zach, and I think that's you this time. So,
it is me if you can hear it.
so Zach's gonna figure it out. Up next is Caitlin Gabriel, freshman, takes first check. Chatfield, I could feel our paper is a little damp too, Zach. So clearly we're seeing a lot of fans. a lot of winter apparel still coming out here. We're still, weather's still kind of funny. We got some kids with shorts and a t-shirt, and then we got other people in full winter gear.
Yeah.
So
Hopefully I'm better now.
yeah, Mr. Roboto has taken a break here. Hopefully we won't hear him again tonight. But
No
bunt,
problem.
that's going to be foul for strike two here on Caitlin Gabriel, freshman here for Watertown. One out, two strikes, no balls. Chatfield, as we said, hell of a pitcher, has pitched a lot, thrown a lot, hasn't been an issue. Hard ball one high, one ball, two strikes here to Caitlin Gabriel, freshman. Foul ball, that's out of play over the first base fence there. Caitlin Braun, I'm sorry. I meant to pronounce her last name, but
Caitlin
well,
Braun was on Woodland.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm all over the place, Zach. That's Caitlin Gabriel. I was correct. I looked at the wrong one. Good catch there, Zach. Hard hit to the second baseman, bobbled hitter. Let's see. She beats it out. So Zach, that's a hit, right?
Yeah, we'll score it as a hit.
We'll
It's
score his hit. So Watertown on the board here.
is that their first hit of the game? No, second, right?
Second hit, yeah. They had that line drive between the second and third baseman earlier. So number one, Julia Campbell, sophomore up here. Excuse me, number 11. I thought that was a one. It was her here. Chandler Hancock, a junior, up to bat here for Watertown. One out. The counts no balls, one strike. Chatfield deals.
Oh,
Looks
you
like a
gotta get that
bunt. Nice
down.
bunt. And that's an easy out for out number two here at the top, bottom of the fourth. Number seven up next, Madeline Alberton, freshman.
Watertown's coach doesn't look too happy with that one.
That was a bad bunt. You got to get that down. Just like we saw in that first game with Seymour, Zach, though, like you got to take advantage of these opportunities. And something that Woodland was very good at doing, denying the offensive opportunities of Seymour when they did get runners on, right? Whether it was her defense or Van Alstyne being able to work herself out of an inning. Ball gets past the catcher. Base runner's going to get to second, stand up steal. So, Watertown here, you got a runner now in a scoring position, second base, two outs though, counts 1-1. You know, like we were saying, Seymour really missed out on those opportunities. Mr. Roboto now, fantastic. What the hell is going on? Why does this thing keep going, Mr. Roboto?
Come on, Maddie, bring her in.
Without Mr. Roboto. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so apologize for that. So we were saying, Zach, Seymour missed opportunities in that first game. Woodland's defense and their pitching, and similar here at Watertown. Play goes to second. Runner is out. So Watertown doesn't put anything on the board, gets a player on, but unable to score. So we go to the fifth, 0-0 here at Seymour High School. We also want to mention one of our other sponsors, Hartford Healthcare. So we have partnered with Hartford Healthcare throughout the country, especially here in Connecticut, to support our program with our patients and also finding research towards a cure and early detection. So thank you to the folks at Hartford Healthcare for their support of our program as we go to the top of the fifth here, 0-0 with Watertown and Naugatuck. Zach, I guess I don't know what's going on here. I guess this is kind of a thing here for high school kids.
What? The Cotton Eye Joe?
Cotton Eye Joe, I guess. Is this like the seventh inning stretch?
I guess. I mean, it's 2 innings before. You gonna get up and do the Cotton Eye Joe?
I don't know Cotton Eye Joe. I don't know him. I've heard the song plenty of times in many bars, but we are scoreless here in the fifth. And Zach, it's been a story of the two pitchers, Leah
It has.
Chatfield and Nadia Androsky, both all NVL selections. So Naugatuck, I believe, has their top of their order here coming up. Looks like there's some discussion between the coaches. I'm not sure if they're bumping each other, so maybe they're just having a good time here.
Looks like they were smiling at the end.
Yeah. So looks like Sophia Onofrio, the leadoff hitter for Naugatuck, will lead off this inning. Let's see if Naugatuck's offensive punch,
Oof.
hard swing, low in the dirt. Naugatuck coach gave her kind of a look of like, what are you swinging at? She has one of the two hits here off Androsky. Oh, looks like that was inside for ball one. So 1-1. Androsky wheeling and dealing here. 10 strikeouts for the game if you're just joining us. The story of the game has been pitching, both from Naugatuck and Watertown. Strike two for Androsky. Did I go Mr. Roboto? I went back to Mr. Roboto. Ball. 2-2. The bleacher umpire, Nadia Androsky, 2 balls, 2 strikes to Onofrio. Big cut by Onofrio, fouled back. So the count stays 2-2. So we've got, again, we're dealing through some technical issues. We don't normally do this.
Yeah.
I'm touching our equipment. It is kind of cold, Zach, so we might be having some issues here.
I think, especially because we were out here earlier, it was like 70 degrees, hot setup. It's been also our longest stream ever so far right now. I think
Yeah.
we're on 4 hours,
hour 4,
5 hours, something like that.
Hopefully we don't run out of power here.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't even thinking
Looks
about
like
it.
the battery is low on this computer, Zach, so we might want to plug this in.
It is plugged in, but I think it's...
We have 9 minutes left here, so we're going to charge this bad boy up. All right. Looks like a ball hit. Sorry about that. Chatfield with a triple.
Wow.
Wow. So sorry about that. As we were charging, Chatfield hits a triple. Wow. Chatfield off Androsky hits a triple into the gap between center
Guess
and
who's
right.
up now?
Bomberry up here, Zach. So do you pitch to her, runner on third,
I'd walk her.
out?
I'd
Let's
walk
see
her.
what Watertown does here. So apologize for that. We are charging here. So Zach, I think we're good here possibly, I hope. Says we have 9 minutes remaining, Zach.
Did it not? Is the battery, like, charging thing not up? Oh, my
Bomberry
God.
with a hit. That's out of here, Zach. Wow.
Oh, boy.
Aaron Bomberry, the NVL most valuable player, hits a bomb out in center. It looks like the kids are fighting for it, Zach. That was hit hard. It was hit fast. Naugatuck goes up 2-0. Started with Chatfield's triple, and then Bomberry hits a bomb out to center field.